Hello, and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Just before dawn on the 14th of July in the year 1789, a 36-year-old furniture maker named Jean-Baptiste Humbert left his workshop in the working-class district of Saint-Antoine on the eastern edge of Paris, joined a crowd already gathering in the narrow streets outside, and walked, with several hundred of his own neighbours, toward a squat, grey, 8-towered fortress that had stood watch over that same stretch of the city for 400 years, a building most of those same neighbours had grown up glancing at with a kind of habitual, half-superstitious unease, because everyone in Paris knew, in the vague way a city knows its own oldest rumours, that men disappeared into the Bastille on the king's own private order, and were sometimes never seen again, held for years without trial or even, in the worst told versions of the story, without ever learning the charge against them. Humbert and the men beside him were not marching toward the Bastille that morning because of any grievance against the handful of prisoners actually still held inside it. Only 7 of them, as it would turn out. A forger, a lunatic, 4 Czech forgers, and a young nobleman locked up at his own family's request. A fact that would embarrass the fortress's new revolutionary legend almost as soon as the gates came down. They were marching there because the Bastille held gunpowder, 30,000 pounds of it stored in the fortress's own magazine, and because a city that had spent the preceding 2 days arming itself against a rumoured royal crackdown, seizing muskets from the Hôtel des Invalides that same morning, forming a new citizen militia almost overnight, needed that powder if the muskets it had just taken were going to be worth carrying at all. What followed was not, in the moment it happened, the clean and singular act of political theatre it would become in every painting and every schoolbook that came after it. There was negotiation, confusion, a brief and genuinely uncertain ceasefire, a crowd that grew steadily angrier as the hours passed, and the fortress's elderly governor, a career officer named Bernard-René de Launay, who had commanded the Bastille for years without ever once expecting to have to defend it, hesitated between opening his gates and ordering his small garrison of invalid pensioners and Swiss mercenaries to fire into the mass of people pressing against the outer walls. By early afternoon the crowd had dragged up cannon of its own, breached an outer drawbridge, and traded gunfire with the garrison for the better part of an hour, and it was only when de Launay, watching his own men run low on both food and resolve, raised a white flag and agreed to surrender that the gates finally opened and the crowd poured through, freed the 7 bewildered prisoners inside, and in the hours that followed, dragged de Launay himself through the streets to the Hôtel de Ville, where a mob that had spent the whole of that long hot day building toward exactly this kind of violence, beat him, stabbed him, and finally cut off his head with a pocket knife, mounting it on a pike and carrying it in triumph through streets that had, only that morning, still belonged, however uneasily, to the oldest and most absolute monarchy in Europe. Nobody standing in that crowd on the 14th of July, not Jean-Baptiste Humbert, not the garrison who had fired on him, not even the king himself, sitting in his own palace 14 miles away and recording in his own hunting journal for that entire momentous day this single, now famously ironic word rien. Nothing, because he had killed no game, understood in that moment that they were watching the opening scene of a story that would run for the better part of a decade, consume the lives of tens of thousands of people from every rank of French society, execute a king and a queen on a public scaffold, devour in the end a great many of its own most fervent architects, and leave behind, when it finally exhausted itself, an idea that no government anywhere in the world has ever fully managed to put back in its box since. The idea that a people, however humble, however powerless, might legitimately rise up, dismantle the entire inherited order that had ruled over them since before living memory, and build something new in its place, purely because they had decided together that they had the right to. This whole long night belongs to that story, the French Revolution. 10 years of hope and hunger and terror that began, in truth, not on the 14th of July at all, but in the slow, grinding accumulation of decades before it. A bankrupt treasury, a starving countryside, a rigid and resentful social order, and a king who possessed, by nearly every account left behind by the men and women who served him, real personal decency and almost no capacity whatsoever to recognise the size of the fire gathering beneath his own throne. It is a story this channel is not going to tell you as a simple tale of tyranny toppled by liberty. However satisfying that version remains on the modern French national holiday that still, every summer, marks this same distant morning at the Bastille. Because the truth underneath it is very considerably messier than that. A revolution that began by demanding a constitution and ended by guillotining the men who wrote it, that proclaimed the rights of man in one breath and denied nearly all of these same rights to women, to the enslaved people of its own overseas colonies, and eventually to anyone at all who fell under suspicion of insufficient revolutionary zeal in the next. It is a story about bakers and market women who marched an entire royal family out of its own palace over a shortage of bread, about lawyers and provincial nobodies who found themselves, within a matter of months, holding more power over the fate of 28 million people than any single minister of the old monarchy had ever held, about a fire lit, with real and often generous intentions, to burn away an old and unjust house that would not, once it caught, stay contained to the room it had been lit in, and that would, before it finally burned itself out, blacken the hands and in many cases take the heads of nearly everyone who had ever tried to tend it. Before this story drifts any further into that decade, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe if you find these long, unhurried histories worth your time, and if you feel like helping this small channel along on its own, way from where it currently stands toward 10,000 subscribers, that costs you nothing at all and means a genuine deal on this end. And if you're watching tonight on YouTube, you'll find a link down in the description that carries you to this same episode on Spotify for Creators, where new stories from this channel go up early, before they ever reach here. And if you're listening on Spotify right now instead, go find Historian at Midnight on YouTube and subscribe there too, so that the two halves of this same small audience can eventually meet somewhere in the middle. And if you feel like leaving a small trace of yourself behind tonight, drop your location and your local time down in the comments. Just a line, nothing more, because there is something quietly good about knowing that somewhere else in the world, in a different hour under a different sky, another tired stranger is settling into the same slow, unhurried story you are. So dim whatever light you still have burning, and let the rest of it go for tonight. You do not need to hold on to whatever the day handed you, not the traffic, not the argument, not the long list still waiting for tomorrow. Set it down here, at the door, and let it stay there until morning finds it again. Let your shoulders come down from wherever they have been living all day. Let the mattress take the whole of your weight, and let this long, unhurried voice walk you backward, mile by careful mile, across 2.5 centuries, to a kingdom that called itself the most civilized in Europe, and was, underneath its own gilded surface, closer to collapse than almost anyone inside it wanted to admit, to a palace at Versailles with mirrors enough to reflect a king's whole life back at him 1,000 times over, to a countryside where children were dying of ordinary hunger, in a country that grew, that same year, one of the finest wheat harvests in living memory, only for it to rot half-picked in the fields, and to the 10 long years that would turn a locksmith king, a fortress full of gunpowder and a nation's own accumulated exhaustion into a revolution the whole world is still, in one way or another, living inside the aftershocks of. A kingdom of 3 estates, unevenly weighed. To understand how a monarchy that had ruled France, in one branch or another of the same royal house, for the better part of 800 years could come apart as completely and as quickly as it did across these 10 years, it helps to understand, first, exactly how that kingdom had actually organised itself in the decades before any of this began. Because the France that Louis XVI inherited in 1774 was not, in any legal or practical sense, a single unified body of citizens standing equally before their own king. It was instead a society formally divided by law that reached back centuries into 3 separate estates, each with its own privileges, its own tax exemptions, and its own entirely different relationship to the crown. The first estate, the clergy, numbered perhaps 130,000 men and women across the whole of France, a population that ranged from immensely wealthy bishops, who lived in a style scarcely distinguishable from the great nobility they were often born into, to humble parish priests who shared, in their own daily poverty, considerably more in common with the peasants they served than with the princes of the church who technically outranked them. And this same first estate, taken as a body, owned somewhere in the range of 1/10 of all the land in France, while paying, in ordinary practice, almost nothing at all in direct royal taxation, offering instead an occasional and entirely voluntary don gratuit, a free gift to the crown whenever the clergy's own assembly judged it prudent to do so. The second estate, the nobility, numbered perhaps 400,000 people out of a national population of some 28 million, a group that included both the fabulously wealthy court nobility who orbited the king at Versailles and a much larger population of provincial nobles of genuinely modest means, men whose own claim to noble status rested on titles centuries old, and estates that, in a great many cases, produced barely enough income to maintain the outward appearance their own rank demanded. And this same second estate, like the clergy, enjoyed sweeping exemptions from the kingdom's principal direct tax, the taille, along with an array of feudal dues, the corvée, requiring peasant labour on roads and public works, and seigneurial rights that let a local lord collect fees on everything from the use of the village mill to the right to hunt game across land a peasant family might have farmed for generations without ever actually owning it outright. Everyone else in France, the overwhelming remainder of the kingdom's population, belonged, by simple process of elimination, to the third estate, a category so vast and so internally unequal that the label itself concealed almost as much as it described, stretching from the poorest landless day labourer, scraping a living from someone else's field, through the millions of peasant smallholders who made up the great bulk of the French population, through the artisans and shopkeepers of the towns, and all the way up to the wealthiest financiers, merchants and lawyers of Paris, men who might command fortunes many times the size of an impoverished provincial noble's own estate, and yet still find themselves, by the accident of birth alone, locked out of the honours, the offices, and the tax privileges that a threadbare aristocrat enjoyed simply because his own family had, generations before, been granted a title. It was this same third estate, and in particular its own educated, propertied, and increasingly frustrated upper layer, the lawyers, the merchants, the writers, the men history would come to call the bourgeoisie, who would eventually provide both the leadership and the language of the revolution. This whole story is about to describe men who had, in a great many cases, absorbed every intellectual and commercial habit of the nobility above them, wealth, education, ambition, refined manners, and had discovered, again and again across their own careers, that none of it was enough to open doors that birth alone was still permitted to open. a specific and genuinely corrosive frustration that would do more to light this particular fire than any single tax or any single bad harvest ever could on its own. It is hard not to notice, sitting with the arithmetic of these three estates for a moment, exactly how lopsided the burden this whole arrangement actually placed on the shoulders that could least afford to carry it, because the tax structure of the old monarchy, worth naming honestly here rather than glossing past, fell overwhelmingly on precisely the portion of the population with the least capacity to pay it. A French peasant family in the 1780s might owe, in a single ordinary year, the tithe to the royal treasury, a tithe of roughly 1/10 of their own harvest to the local church, a whole array of seigneurial dues to their own lord, labour obligations under the corvée that pulled working hands away from their own fields precisely when those fields most needed tending, and, layered over the whole of it, the gabelle, a deeply resented royal salt tax that varied so wildly from province to province that smuggling salt across an internal provincial border had become, for many rural families, both a serious crime and a genuinely ordinary part of getting by. Meanwhile, the two privileged estates above them, controlling between them a very considerable share of the kingdom's total wealth, contributed in ordinary practice only a small and largely voluntary fraction of what an equivalent share of income would have demanded from anyone born into the Third Estate, an imbalance that had been debated, criticised, and occasionally nibbled at by reforming ministers for the better part of a century before 1789, without ever once being seriously dismantled, because dismantling it would have required the two privileged estates to surrender exactly the privileges that made them privileged in the first place, and neither the clergy nor the nobility, taken as a body, had ever shown the slightest genuine appetite for that particular sacrifice. It is worth remembering, too, exactly what kind of intellectual weather this same unequal kingdom had been living through for the better part of the 18th century, because the France that would eventually rise against its own king had also spent the preceding decades absorbing, in salons and coffee houses, and increasingly in the ordinary conversation of an increasingly literate urban population, a steady diet of ideas that the old order had never quite figured out how to fully suppress. The philosophers of the Enlightenment, Voltaire with his relentless, mocking assaults on religious intolerance and arbitrary royal power, Montesquieu with his careful argument that liberty required government power to be divided and balanced rather than concentrated in a single set of hands, Rousseau with his radical and genuinely dangerous claim that legitimate government could rest on nothing but the consent of the people themselves, a general will that no king, however divinely anointed his own coronation ceremony claimed him to be, could rightfully override, had spent decades circulating their own ideas through a France whose own royal censors proved, again and again, considerably less capable of controlling the flow of dangerous books than the same censors' own official mandate required them to be. These were not for the overwhelming majority of literate French men and women who encountered them, texts that produced instant revolutionaries, and it would badly overstate the case to claim that Voltaire or Rousseau personally caused the events this story is about to describe. But they had, across decades of steady circulation among the same educated bourgeoisie, who would go on to dominate the Estates General and the National Assembly. This account will introduce you to shortly, built a genuine and widely shared vocabulary of natural rights, popular sovereignty, and rational government that made the specific demands the Third Estate would soon raise feel, to the men raising them, not like treason against a sacred order, but like the plain and overdue application of ideas that half of educated Europe had already spent a generation quietly discussing over dinner. It is worth naming, too, exactly where a great many of these same ideas were actually discussed and refined before they ever reached the floor of any assembly. Because the Paris salons of the mid-18th century, private drawing rooms hosted in the overwhelming majority of the most influential cases by educated and socially skilled women, Madame Geoffrin, Madame du Deffand, and, in the years immediately preceding the revolution itself, the considerable and genuinely intellectual household kept by Suzanne Necker, the finance minister's own wife, and frequented by her own daughter, the young Germaine, who would grow up to become the writer and political thinker Madame de Staël, and who would go on to play her own genuinely significant role in the Revolution's own later, more moderate years, functioned as informal but genuinely important laboratories, where philosophers, aristocrats, financiers, and ambitious commoners mixed on terms of conversational equality that the kingdom's own rigid social hierarchy nowhere else permitted, spaces in which the specific vocabulary of natural rights and rational government that this account has already described spreading through educated France was tested, refined, and gradually normalised among precisely the class of wealthy, literate, and increasingly restless Third Estate professionals who would go on to fill the benches of the States General only a few years later. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely explosive precedent that a great many of these same educated Frenchmen had watched unfold, in real time, only a few years before the revolution this story describes tonight, because thousands of French officers, soldiers and financiers had, across the years between 1778 and 1783, participated directly, in one capacity or another, in the American War of Independence, a conflict in which French money and French warships had helped a rebellious set of British colonies win their own independence from an old monarchy in the name of exactly the kind of natural rights and popular consent that Rousseau and his own fellow philosophers had spent decades describing in the abstract. A Frenchman who had served as the young nobleman the Marquis de Lafayette had served, alongside George Washington's own Continental Army, returned home to Versailles, having watched, with his own eyes, ordinary colonists overthrow a king's authority and replace it with a government resting explicitly on the consent of the governed, and it is difficult, looking back from this distance, to overstate how electrifying and how genuinely dangerous an example that made available to a French bourgeoisie already primed by decades of Enlightenment reading to ask why the same principle should not, in fairness, apply at home as well. And it is worth naming plainly the second and considerably less romantic legacy that same American war left behind in France, because the money that had paid for French ships, French muskets, and French soldiers sent across the Atlantic to fight a war against Britain had been borrowed at considerable and compounding interest from a royal treasury already straining under the weight of debts accumulated across the better part of a century of near-continuous European warfare, and it was this same debt, more than any single philosophical idea circulating through the salons of Paris, that would eventually force Louis XVI's own government into the specific fiscal crisis that made calling the Estates General, and everything that followed from it, unavoidable. Consider for a moment the two people actually sitting atop this entire straining structure, because nearly everything that follows in this story is shaped by the specific character of the king and queen who held the throne when the pressure finally became too great to contain. Louis XVI had come to the throne in 1774 at the age of 19, an awkward, myopic, physically large young man who had never expected, as a younger grandson of the reigning king, to inherit the crown at all until the death of his own father, and then his elder brother left him, almost by accident of family mortality, as heir apparent, and who brought to the throne, by nearly every account left behind by the men who served him, real personal virtues that history has not always been generous enough to credit him for, a genuine conscientiousness about his own duties, a real, if often clumsily expressed concern for the welfare of his poorer subjects, a personal frugality and a distaste for the more extravagant excesses of court life that set him apart from a great many of his own royal predecessors, and an interest, almost eccentric by the standards of his own rank, in locksmithing and mechanical tinkering that he pursued in a private workshop at Versailles, whenever the business of ruling France allowed him the time. What Louis did not possess, and what this whole story would eventually punish him for lacking, with a severity almost entirely disproportionate to his own personal failings, was decisiveness, a settled and consistent will capable of choosing a single course through a genuine crisis and holding to it, because Louis's own instinct, confronted again and again across this narrative with a choice between reform and reaction, was to hesitate, to consult, to reverse himself, to grant a concession one week and quietly undermine it the next, a pattern of well-meaning indecision that convinced almost nobody around him, reformer or reactionary alike, that they could actually trust where he would stand tomorrow. Beside him sat Marie Antoinette, an Austrian archduchess married to Louis at the age of 14, as part of a diplomatic alliance between the Bourbon and Habsburg courts, a marriage that made her, from the very first days of her arrival at Versailles, an object of a specific and deeply gendered suspicion that no amount of good behaviour on her own part would ever fully dispel. The foreign queen, l'Autrichienne, a nickname carrying beneath its literal meaning of the Austrian woman, a crude pun on the French word for female dog that pamphleteers deployed against her with real relish for the better part of 2 decades. Marie Antoinette's own actual conduct across these years was a genuinely mixed record that later legend, on both sides of the political divide, would flatten into caricature. A young woman who did, in her 20s, spend extravagantly on fashion, on gambling, and on the private retreat she had built for herself at the Petit Trianon, a small palace on the Versailles grounds where she could escape the suffocating formality of court ritual and, in one particularly ill-advised indulgence, play at being a simple shepherdess in an elaborately constructed model farm, an image of pastoral escapism that read, to a starving countryside she had almost certainly never set eyes on in any genuine way, as a grotesque parody of the poverty its own real inhabitants actually endured. And it is worth naming plainly that the single most famous piece of evidence against her, the callous remark supposedly offered upon hearing that the peasantry had no bread, that they should eat cake instead, was almost certainly never spoken by her at all, a line that appears in the memoirs of Jean-Jacques Rousseau describing an anonymous great princess years before Marie Antoinette ever set foot in France, misattributed to her in the popular imagination sometime after her death, and repeated ever since with a confidence the actual historical record simply does not support. A detail this account owes you honestly, because a queen genuinely guilty of a great many real extravagances does not need to be burdened, on top of them, with a cruelty she almost certainly never actually voiced. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the plain physical texture of the world these same 2 people actually inhabited at Versailles, because it helps explain, more than any single policy failure could on its own, exactly how completely the court had lost any real sense of the country it governed. Daily life at Versailles ran on a ritual calendar of almost unimaginable formality. A king's own waking, dressing and retiring, each governed by a centuries-old ceremony called the lever and the cocher, in which dozens of specific nobles held hereditary rights to hand the king his own shirt or hold his own candle, honours competed for with real and sometimes vicious intensity, because physical proximity to the king's own body was, in the currency of Versailles, worth considerably more than any provincial estate could earn in rent. The palace housed, at its own most crowded, several thousand courtiers, servants, and hangers-on, an entire small city organised around the single purpose of watching and being watched by a monarch whose own every meal, the grand couvert, was eaten in public before crowds of ordinary tourists permitted to file through and observe royalty at its own dinner table. a spectacle of proximity and distance at once that meant a king could be watched chewing his own food by strangers off the street while remaining, in every other respect, almost entirely insulated from the price of bread. Those same strangers were currently unable to afford, a distance this account asks you to hold in mind against the starving Parisian crowd. This whole story is about to show you marching 14 miles to close it by force. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely staggering financial hole that Louis's own ministers spent the better part of his reign trying and repeatedly failing to climb out of. Because the crown that Louis inherited in 1774 was already carrying a debt built up across the long wars of his own grandfather Louis XV's reign, a debt that the American War this account has already described only deepened considerably further, until, by the middle 1780s, something in the range of half of the entire royal budget was being consumed simply servicing interest on loans already taken out, a proportion that left almost nothing for the ordinary business of government, and that made any fresh national emergency, a bad harvest, a new war, a court scandal requiring an expensive response, a genuinely existential threat to the whole structure's continued solvency. A succession of finance ministers, the physiocrat reformer Turgot, the Swiss Protestant banker Jacques Necker, whose own popularity among the ordinary public would matter enormously to events still to come in this story, and later the more conventionally aristocratic Calonne, each attempted in turn some version of the same basic reform, broadening the tax base to include the privileged estates, streamlining the kingdom's chaotic internal customs barriers, reducing the crown's own extravagant expenditures, and each in turn ran headlong into the same wall of aristocratic and clerical resistance. A nobility and a clergy who had, across generations, come to regard their own tax exemptions not as a temporary convenience but as a fundamental and inviolable property. Right? One they were prepared to defend through every institutional lever still available to them. Chief among these levers, the parlements, regional courts of law, the most important sitting in Paris itself, that held the traditional right to register royal edicts before they could take legal effect, and that had, across the 18th century, increasingly positioned themselves as guardians of the kingdom's ancient laws against what they characterized, with real and often self-interested indignation, as royal despotism. It is hard not to notice the particular irony sitting at the centre of this specific standoff, because the same parlements that spent the 1780s resisting Calonne's proposed reforms in the name of protecting France from arbitrary royal power were doing so in overwhelming practice to protect the tax privileges of the very nobility from whose ranks most of their own judges were drawn. A resistance dressed in the language of ancient liberty that was, underneath that language, a defence of narrow and specific class interest. And it was this same parliamentary resistance, when Calonne's proposed reforms were rejected first by an assembly of notables specially convened in 1787, and then, more decisively still, by the Parlement of Paris itself, that finally exhausted every alternative route available to the crown and forced Louis, in the summer of 1788, into a decision no French king had made in over a century and a half: the calling of the Estates General, the ancient representative body of all three estates together, an institution that had not met since 1614, and that Louis's own government summoned now, in genuine desperation, in the hope that a body speaking with the whole nation's voice might succeed where every royal minister before it had already failed. It is worth naming, too, the specific human catastrophe unfolding in the French countryside in the months immediately before this same Estates General finally convened, because the summer of 1788 brought a devastating hailstorm that flattened crops across a wide swath of northern France, followed by one of the harshest winters in living memory, a cold so severe that the Seine itself froze solid in Paris. And this same brutal winter, arriving on top of an already damaged harvest, drove the price of bread, the single food item on which the ordinary French family spent the overwhelming majority of its own household income, to levels that consumed, by the spring of 1789, something approaching the whole of a labourer's daily wage just to feed his own family for a single day. A level of hunger genuinely severe enough that bread riots had already broken out in a number of towns before the Estates General ever formally met, and it is worth naming honestly that this same hunger, arriving at precisely the moment the whole kingdom was already being asked to debate the fundamental structure of its own government, did more than any pamphlet or any philosopher's treatise to convince an ordinary French family that the system under which they lived had failed them in the most immediate and physical way a system can fail the people living inside it. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the sheer visual spectacle of the Estates General's own opening ceremony, because it captures, in a single afternoon of pageantry, exactly the kind of rigid hierarchical display this whole revolution was about to spend a decade dismantling. When the delegates processed through the streets of Versailles on the 4th of May, 1789, the day before their own formal opening session, protocol required each of the three estates to be visually distinguished by dress, the clergy in their own ecclesiastical robes, the nobility in plumed hats and gold-trimmed coats, and the Third Estate's own 600 delegates required to march in plain black suits and unadorned black cloaks, a visual arrangement that placed the representatives of some 96% of the French population at the very back of the procession, dressed, quite deliberately, to resemble a crowd of undertakers trailing behind the genuine splendour of their own social betters. And it is worth naming plainly that a considerable number of the Third Estate's own delegates, men of real wealth and real professional accomplishment, who had spent that same procession watching a threadbare provincial nobleman precede them by right of birth alone, carried the specific personal sting of that single afternoon's staged humiliation directly into the political battles over voting procedure that would consume the Assembly's first 6 frustrating weeks. Grievances gathered and a hall divided by rank. The Estates General that finally convened at Versailles on the 5th of May, 1789, arrived carrying with it a genuinely remarkable body of documentation that deserves more attention than popular memory of the Revolution has generally given it. The Cahiers de Doléances, registers of grievance compiled, in the months leading up to the Assembly, by local communities across the whole of France, parish by parish, guild by guild, each estate in each locality gathering to draft its own specific list of complaints and proposed reforms to be carried by its own elected delegates to Versailles. A genuinely extraordinary act of nationwide consultation that produced, in the end, tens of thousands of individual documents ranging from the narrowly local, a specific dispute over a mill or a boundary, to the sweepingly national demands for a written constitution, for regular meetings of the Estates General, for the abolition of specific feudal dues, and it is worth naming plainly that a careful reading of these same cahiers, the overwhelming majority of them, shows a population that was not, in the spring of 1789, actually demanding the abolition of the monarchy itself, a demand that would arrive only later and only after a specific chain of royal missteps this story is about to describe, but rather a population asking, in tones ranging from respectful to increasingly impatient, for a reformed and constitutionally limited monarchy that would finally address the tax inequities, the arbitrary justice, and the chronic fiscal mismanagement that had brought the kingdom to this point. It is worth naming too the specific procedural dispute that would, within weeks of the Estates General's opening session, blow the whole assembly apart and set the revolution proper into motion, because the Third Estate, whose own delegates had been permitted, in a concession the royal government made shortly before the assembly convened, double representation relative to the clergy and the nobility, in recognition of the fact that the Third Estate represented the overwhelming majority of the French population, discovered upon arrival that this doubled representation meant nothing at all unless the three estates voted together, by head rather than separately, by order, because a vote by order, the traditional method, would simply see the privileged First and Second Estates outvote the Third Estate 2-1 regardless of how many individual delegates the Third Estate itself actually sent, while a vote by head, with the reform-minded lower clergy who made up a considerable portion of the First Estate's own delegation, likely to side with the Third Estate on many key questions, would give the reformers a genuine chance at an actual majority. The king and his own ministers characteristically refused to settle this question clearly one way or the other in advance, and for 6 frustrating weeks the three estates sat in separate chambers at Versailles, unable to agree even on how to begin their own joint deliberations, until, on the 17th of June, the Third Estate's own delegates, led by a group of increasingly assertive reformers among them, the Comte de Mirabeau, a nobleman by birth who had chosen, controversially, to stand for election as a Third Estate delegate instead, and the Abbé Sieyès, a clergyman whose own recently published pamphlet asking what the Third Estate actually was, and answering provocatively that it was in fact everything, had circulated through Paris that spring with real and considerable influence, took the single most consequential procedural step of the entire early revolution, declaring themselves, unilaterally and without royal sanction, the National Assembly, the legitimate representative body of the entire French nation, rather than merely one of 3 separate estates, a declaration that amounted in practice to a direct assertion that sovereignty in France now rested with the people's own elected representatives, rather than with the king who had summoned them. It is worth pausing here on the specific and genuinely dramatic scene that followed only 3 days later, because when the delegates of this newly self-declared National Assembly arrived at their usual meeting hall on the 20th of June, they found the doors locked and guarded, ostensibly for preparations ahead of a royal session the king had scheduled, and, suspecting rather more sinister intentions on the part of a royal court that had good reason to want this troublesome new assembly disbanded, the delegates instead made their way to a nearby indoor tennis court, and there, standing crowded together in a bare hall never designed for any such purpose, swore an oath, nearly unanimous among the several hundred delegates present, not to disperse until they had given France a written constitution, an act of open and collective defiance that came to be remembered as the tennis court oath, and that transformed what had, only days earlier, been a procedural dispute over voting methods into an unmistakable declaration that this assembly now considered itself answerable to a higher principle than the king's own personal will. Louis's own response when he finally addressed the assembled estates in a royal session 3 days later was characteristically split down the middle in exactly the way that would define his entire handling of this crisis, offering a set of genuine if limited reforms while simultaneously insisting that the 3 estates continue to deliberate separately, by order, and ordering the assembled delegates to disperse to their own separate chambers, an order that Mirabeau, according to the most famous account of the scene, answered by declaring to the king's own master of ceremonies that the assembled nation's representatives were there by the will of the people, and would leave their seats only at the point of a bayonet. And it is worth naming plainly that Louis, faced with this open defiance, chose, in the end, not to enforce his own order at all, quietly instructing the remaining clergy and nobility to join the Third Estate's assembly instead, a capitulation that gave the newly formed National Assembly, within a matter of days, the practical victory its own tennis court oath had only claimed in principle days before. it is hard not to notice how quickly this same fragile political victory curdled into something considerably more dangerous, because even as Louis appeared to be accommodating the new National Assembly, his own government was in fact quietly moving troops, a substantial concentration of royal and foreign mercenary regiments, toward Paris and Versailles alike, across the final days of June and the first days of July, a build-up that the city's own population, already primed by months of hunger and by weeks of political drama unfolding at Versailles, read correctly as preparation for exactly the kind of armed crackdown the tennis court oath's own defiant language had implicitly dared the Crown to attempt, and it was into this same atmosphere of gathering dread that the dismissal, on the 11th of July, of Jacques Necker, the popular finance minister whose own moderate reforming instincts had made him, however imperfectly, a symbol of royal willingness to compromise, landed like a lit match dropped into dry kindling, because Necker's sudden removal was understood across Paris, correctly, as a signal that the more reactionary faction at court, gathered around the king's own younger brother, the Comte d'Artois, and around Marie Antoinette herself, had finally won the argument inside the royal council, and that the troops massing outside the city were there to enforce whatever came next. It was this same news of Necker's dismissal, reaching Paris on the 12th of July, that sent crowds into the streets and gardens of the Palais Royal, where a young journalist named Camille Desmoulins climbed onto a café table and, by most accounts, called on the assembled crowd to arm themselves against the royal troops he was certain were coming to crush them. A call that spread through the city across that same afternoon and evening, and that carried, by the following morning, directly into the crowd this account has already described gathering outside the Bastille, in search of the powder its members would need if the muskets they had already begun seizing were going to be worth anything at all. It is worth naming plainly exactly what happened in Paris in the days immediately following the Bastille's fall, because the fortress's capture, however dramatic, was only the opening act of a considerably broader collapse of royal authority across the city and, within weeks, across the whole of France. Louis, informed of the Bastille's fall and of Delaunay's own gruesome death, is reported to have asked whether what had happened constituted a revolt, and to have received from the nobleman who brought him the news the now famous correction that no, sire, it is not a revolt, it is a revolution, a distinction that captured, in a single exchange, exactly how completely the ground had shifted beneath the monarchy in the space of a single day. Within 72 hours Louis had travelled to Paris in person, without his own royal guard, to accept, from the newly formed revolutionary municipal government, a tricolour cockade combining the traditional royal white with the red and blue of the city of Paris, a gesture of reconciliation that briefly calmed the immediate crisis, even as it confirmed, to every observer watching, just how far the balance of power had already tilted away from Versailles and toward the streets of the capital. And it is worth naming too that this same collapse of royal authority did not remain confined to Paris for long, because news of the Bastille's fall, travelling outward across France through the following weeks, by a combination of official dispatch and increasingly wild rumour, triggered a wave of parallel municipal revolutions in towns and cities across the kingdom. Existing royal officials expelled or sidelined, new municipal councils and citizen militias formed in their place, a genuinely nationwide collapse of the old administrative order that unfolded with a speed no single event in Paris alone could have produced on its own, and that set the stage directly for the even more dramatic upheaval already gathering that same summer in the French countryside itself. There is one small and genuinely telling coda to the fortress. This whole story opened inside worth pausing on here, because the Bastille itself, rather than being preserved as any kind of monument, was almost entirely demolished within months of its own capture, a demolition contract awarded to an entrepreneur named Pierre-François Palouet, who turned the whole project into a genuinely shrewd piece of revolutionary marketing, having the fortress's own stones carved into miniature model Bastille and sold, alongside commemorative medallions struck from its own ironwork, to eager buyers across France and in time across Europe. One particular block reportedly carved into the shape of the fortress itself and sent as a gift to the young United States, where it remains on display to this day, a genuinely strange afterlife for a building that had held, at the moment of its own fall, all of 7 bewildered prisoners, and that would spend the following 2 centuries existing in the form of countless small stone souvenirs scattered across 2 continents, far more famous in its own demolition and its own gift shop afterlife than it had ever been while it still stood guarding that same quiet corner of eastern Paris. A fear that swept a whole countryside at once. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely strange episode that historians have come to call the Great Fear, because in the final 2 weeks of July and the opening days of August 1789, a wave of panic swept across huge stretches of rural France, rumour travelling from village to village that bands of brigands, supposedly hired by a vengeful aristocracy, determined to punish the peasantry for the upheavals in Paris, were marching through the countryside, burning crops and villages, a rumour that proved, almost everywhere it was investigated, to have no basis in any actual armed force at all, and yet a rumour that produced in village after village across a dozen different provinces simultaneously exactly the same response. Peasant communities arming themselves in genuine terror against an enemy that did not exist, and then, having armed themselves and found no brigands to fight, turning that same collected fear and that same collected weaponry against a target that had been sitting in plain sight all along, the local chateau, the manor house of the seigneur who held in the form of centuries-old feudal documents locked away in his own estate office, the legal instruments of every due, every fee, and every obligation that bound the peasantry of his own district to him. Across these same weeks, peasant crowds in one region after another stormed manor houses, not primarily to loot or to kill, though killing and looting did happen in scattered and genuinely violent episodes, but overwhelmingly to burn the seigneurial records themselves, the terriers and cadastral rolls that recorded in exact legal language exactly what each peasant family owed and to whom, a specific and symbolically loaded act of destruction that amounted in village after village to a peasantry attempting to burn the entire feudal system out of existence, one estate's paperwork at a time, months before any Parisian assembly had formally abolished a single feudal privilege by law. It was this same countryside in open revolt, arriving as urgent and increasingly alarming reports at the National Assembly's own sessions in Versailles through the final days of July, that produced, on the night of the 4th of August 1789, one of the single most extraordinary sessions in the whole of this revolution's history, a night session in which delegate after delegate, in a mood of genuine and by most contemporary accounts, almost self-surprising collective enthusiasm, rose to renounce one after another the specific privileges attached to his own rank, nobles surrendering their own hunting rights and their own claims to seigneurial dues, clergy surrendering the tithe, provinces surrendering their own historic tax exemptions, a cascading, snowballing session that by dawn had, at least in principle, abolished the entire feudal structure of French society in a single night, ending, on paper, the tax privileges of the nobility and clergy, the seigneurial dues owed by the peasantry, and the whole tangled patchwork of regional exemptions and special rights that had defined the Old Kingdom for centuries. It is worth naming, honestly, that the August 4th decrees, however genuinely revolutionary in their stated ambition, proved, in the month that actually followed, considerably messier and considerably less complete in practice than the euphoric language of that single night suggested, because the formal legislation that eventually codified these renunciations, passed only over the following weeks, drew a legal distinction between feudal dues considered personal, tied directly to a peasant's own servile status and abolished outright without compensation, and dues considered real, tied to the land itself, and therefore, in the Assembly's own more sober legal reasoning, a form of property that the peasantry would actually need to purchase their own way out of through continued payment, a distinction that left a great many peasant communities across France still paying a considerable portion of their own former feudal obligations for years afterward, a genuinely important qualification to a night of legislation that popular memory has often remembered as considerably more complete and more immediate than the actual surviving legal record shows it to have been. This same summer produced its own specific and genuinely everyday symbols too. The tricolour cockade this account has already shown Louis pinning to his own hat outside the Hôtel de Ville. The red and blue of Paris framing the old royal white became, within months, mandatory public dress by revolutionary decree, worn by law by every French man, and, from 1793 onward, every French woman as well. And it was joined, across these same years, by the Phrygian cap, a soft, pointed red cap borrowed, somewhat inaccurately, from the classical iconography of the freed slaves of ancient Rome, worn by sans-culotte militants as a visible badge of plebeian revolutionary loyalty, and eventually adopted as the headwear of Marianne herself, the female personification of the French Republic that revolutionary artists began developing in these same years, and that remains, on French coins and postage stamps, the enduring visual symbol of the Republic to this very day, a small but genuinely telling reminder of how completely this revolution understood that changing a nation's government also meant changing, quite literally, what its own citizens wore on their heads. Only 3 weeks later, on the 26th of August 1789, the National Assembly produced the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, a single document that stands, alongside the American Declaration of Independence, it drew real and acknowledged inspiration from, among the single most influential political documents in the whole of modern history, a preamble to the Constitution the Assembly was still drafting that proclaimed, in 17 short articles, that men were born and remained free and equal in rights, that the source of all sovereignty resided essentially in the nation rather than in any single monarch, that liberty consisted in the freedom to do anything that did not harm another, that no person could be accused, arrested or detained except in cases determined by law, and that free communication of thoughts and opinions was one of the most precious of the rights of man, principles that would go on, across the following 2 centuries, to shape the constitutional language of republics on every continent on earth. And it is worth naming, honestly and without softening it, exactly whose rights this same declaration actually protected and whose it quietly left out, because a document that proclaimed all men free and equal in rights was drafted and ratified by an assembly composed entirely of men and applied in the practical political life of the revolution that followed, a citizenship the assembly itself would soon formally divide into active citizens, propertied men entitled to vote and hold office, and passive citizens, the poorer majority of French men entitled to the Declaration's protections, but not to any direct voice in choosing the government that administered them, a distinction that excluded by simple virtue of gender every woman in France from political participation, entirely regardless of her own property or education, and that left the several 100,000 enslaved people held in bondage across France's own Caribbean colonies, whose own labour produced a very considerable share of the kingdom's total wealth, entirely outside the Declaration's stated universal promise for years still to come, a gap this account is going to return to later tonight, because a revolution that genuinely believed its own founding language deserves to be measured, honestly, against the considerable distance it actually travelled before that language began to apply to everyone it claimed to describe. This same declaration landed very differently once it crossed the English Channel. The Irish-born British statesman Edmund Burke published in November of 1790 a book called Reflections on the Revolution in France that argued, with real and considerable eloquence, that a nation's own liberties were best secured through the slow, organic accumulation of tradition and inherited institution, rather than through any abstract, freshly invented declaration of rights, predicting, with an accuracy that would trouble even a great many of his own critics once the terror actually arrived, that a revolution built on abstract reason rather than settled custom would end not in liberty but in chaos, and eventually in a military despotism considerably harsher than the monarchy it had replaced. Burke's own book provoked a flood of direct rebuttal. The most influential of these Thomas Paine's own Rights of Man, published the following year, a considerably more optimistic defence of the revolution's own founding principles that argued, with the same plain democratic conviction that had already made Paine's earlier pamphlet Common Sense so influential in the American colonies, that every generation possessed the sovereign right to remake its own government entirely, rather than remain bound by the settled arrangements of the dead. A debate between these two men that did more than almost any other single exchange to define, for English-speaking readers on both sides of the Atlantic, the basic terms on which this revolution would be argued over for the following 2 centuries: conservative caution against the accumulated wisdom of custom on one side, radical faith in a people's own capacity for self-invention on the other, and it is worth naming honestly that the British government itself, watching the revolution's own later radicalisation with genuinely mounting alarm, responded across the 1790s with its own considerable wave of domestic repression, suspending habeas corpus, banning a great many reform societies outright, and prosecuting Paine himself for seditious libel in his own absence. A period some later historians have only half-jokingly called Pitt's Terror, after the British Prime Minister who presided over it, a reminder worth naming plainly that fear of this revolution reshaped the politics of nations that never fired a single shot in its own defence nearly as much as the revolution itself reshaped France. It is worth naming too that this same alarm reached considerably further east than Britain, because Catherine the Great of Russia, who had spent decades of her own reign corresponding warmly with Voltaire and cultivating, at her own court, a genuinely fashionable reputation for Enlightenment patronage, reversed that same reputation almost overnight, once news of Louis's own execution reached St. Petersburg, banning French revolutionary literature outright, imprisoning her own most outspoken domestic critics, and lending Russian diplomatic and eventually military weight to the coalition arrayed against France, a pattern repeated in one form or another across nearly every one of the scattered German principalities bordering France's own eastern frontier, where local rulers who had, only a decade earlier, prided themselves on correspondence with the very philosophers whose ideas now stood accused of having produced a guillotine, moved quickly to censor, suppress, and in a great many documented cases imprison their own reform-minded subjects rather than risk importing, into their own smaller courts, anything resembling what had just happened in Paris. One particular woman understood this same gap immediately and tried, in 1791, to close it through her own writing. Olympe de Gouges, a butcher's daughter from the southwest of France, who had reinvented herself in Paris as a playwright and political pamphleteer, published that year her own Declaration of the Rights of Woman and of the Female Citizen, a point-by-point mirror of the Assembly's own declaration that substituted woman for man in article after article, insisting, with a directness that made her a great many powerful enemies, that if woman had the right to mount the scaffold, she must equally have the right to mount the speaker's platform, a line that would prove, within only a few years and under circumstances this account will describe later tonight, to be considerably more prophetic about her own fate than she could have known when she wrote it. The women who marched a king out of his own palace. It is worth naming plainly the specific event that finally forced Louis and his own royal family to leave Versailles for good, because the harvest of 1789, though considerably better than the disastrous crop of the previous year, did not translate quickly enough into affordable bread in the markets of Paris, and by the start of October, the city's own bakeries were once again the site of long, angry queues and genuine hunger. A hunger made considerably more volatile by a rumour, spreading through the city in the first days of that month, that officers of the King's own Flanders regiment newly arrived at Versailles had, at a banquet held in the palace's own opera house, trampled the tricolour cockade underfoot and pinned on, in its place, the white cockade of the counter-revolution, a rumour of royalist and specifically anti-revolutionary defiance that, true or exaggerated in its specific details, spread through Paris on the 5th of October with the particular speed reserved for stories that confirm exactly what an already frightened population had already begun to suspect. That same morning, a crowd of Parisian market women, joined within hours by thousands more men and women drawn from across the city's poorer districts, gathered first at the Hôtel de Ville, and then, arming themselves with whatever pikes and improvised weapons the city's own recently formed National Guard could not prevent them from taking, set out on the long walk to Versailles itself, some 14 miles distant, a march that the National Guard's own commander, the Marquis de Lafayette, hero of the American War and now the single most prominent military figure of the young revolution, felt compelled to follow with several thousand of his own troops, rather than attempt to stop outright. The crowd that reached Versailles that evening, soaked through by a cold autumn rain, and considerably larger and angrier than the palace's own guards had prepared for, forced its way, in the early hours of the 6th of October, into the palace itself, killing several of the royal bodyguards in the confused violence of the breach, and coming, by some accounts, within a single locked door of reaching the Queen's own bedchamber before Marie Antoinette managed to flee, in her nightclothes, to the King's own apartments nearby. Lafayette, arriving with his own troops in time to prevent what might otherwise have become an outright massacre, persuaded the King to appear on the palace balcony to address the crowd below, and it was there, in one of the genuinely pivotal scenes of the entire revolution, that Louis, standing before a crowd that had marched 14 miles specifically to demand it, agreed to return to Paris with his own family and to take up residence in the long-empty royal palace of the Tuileries, in the heart of the capital, a decision the crowd celebrated by escorting the royal carriage back to Paris the following day, in a procession that pointedly included, carried on pikes ahead of the King's own coach, the heads of 2 of the bodyguards killed in the palace breach, and that referred to the King and Queen, in the crude but genuinely affectionate language the crowd used that day, as the baker, the baker's wife, and the baker's boy. In recognition of a monarch, the market women of Paris had just physically compelled to come and personally address, at last, the bread shortage that had driven them to march on his own palace in the first place. The National Assembly, whose own sessions had been tied to the King's own presence at Versailles, followed the royal family to Paris within weeks, relocating its own deliberations to a hall near the Tuileries, and it is worth naming plainly that this same relocation placed the whole machinery of the revolution's legislature, from this point onward, within easy and continuous reach of the Parisian crowd, whose own direct action had just twice now, first at the Bastille and now at Versailles, proven itself capable of reshaping the nation's politics considerably faster than any elected assembly's own formal deliberations could manage on their own. A specific and genuinely important structural change was already reshaping how political life in France actually functioned by the end of this same eventful year, because the political clubs that had begun forming in Paris and in provincial towns across France in the months following the Estates General's convocation, informal societies of like-minded citizens meeting to debate the political questions of the day had, by the close of 1789, begun to consolidate into a genuinely influential parallel structure of political organisation existing alongside and increasingly shaping the formal deliberations of the National Assembly itself. The most consequential of these, the Society of the Friends of the Constitution, which met in a former Jacobin monastery in Paris and would come to be known, from that same building, simply as the Jacobin Club, began as a relatively moderate, largely bourgeois debating society, whose own early membership included figures across a fairly wide spectrum of revolutionary opinion, but that would, across the following several years and through a series of splits and purges this story will describe as they arrive, evolve into the single most important political organisation of the entire revolution, its own network of affiliated clubs eventually spreading to nearly every town of any size in France. A genuinely nationwide organisational structure that gave the revolution's own most committed and most radical partisans a coordinated voice considerably more disciplined than anything the formal assembly, bound by its own procedural rules and its own internal divisions, could readily match, a constitution written and a clergy divided against itself. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely consequential piece of legislation the National Assembly passed in the summer of 1790, because the civil constitution of the clergy, intended by its own drafters as a rational administrative reform, bringing the Catholic Church in France under the same kind of streamlined national organisation the Assembly had already begun applying to the rest of French civic life, would prove, in practice, to be one of the single most divisive and most consequential missteps of the entire early revolution. The new law reorganised French dioceses to match the kingdom's newly drawn departmental boundaries, made bishops and parish priests alike salaried officials of the state, elected by the same citizens who elected other local officials, and, most consequentially of all, required every serving priest and bishop to swear a public oath of loyalty to this same new constitutional arrangement, a requirement the Pope in Rome, consulted only belatedly and reluctantly by an assembly that had not initially sought his approval at all, ultimately condemned outright, placing every priest who swore the oath in a position of direct and painful conflict between loyalty to the revolutionary state and loyalty to the universal church. Roughly half of France's parish clergy, when the moment of decision actually arrived, refused the oath, becoming, in the language the revolution itself adopted, refractory priests, a refusal that split Catholic France down the middle in a way no single earlier revolutionary measure had managed, turning what had, for its first year, been a broadly popular revolution, enjoying real support even among a great many devout and traditionally minded French men and women, into a movement that a very considerable portion of rural, devoutly Catholic France now began to regard with genuine and deepening suspicion, a religious rupture that would feed directly into the civil war. This account is going to describe erupting in the western province of the Vendée only a few years further into this same story. It is worth naming, too, the single vast and genuinely hopeful public ceremony that punctuated this same, otherwise difficult year, because on the 14th of July, 1790, the first anniversary of the Bastille's fall, hundreds of thousands of people gathered on the Champ de Mars in Paris for the Festival of the Federation, a nationwide celebration in which delegations of National Guardsmen from every department of France marched together beneath a single tricolour flag, and Louis himself, standing before this same vast and genuinely enthusiastic crowd, swore a public oath to uphold the Constitution. The Assembly was still at that point in the process of completing a moment of genuine and, by most surviving accounts, sincere national unity that stands in retrospect as very nearly the high water mark of a broadly shared, broadly optimistic revolutionary consensus that still believed, in the summer of 1790, that France might yet settle into a stable and durable constitutional monarchy without any further violence at all, a hope the events of the following year would begin decisively to dismantle. The single event that did more than any other to shatter whatever remained of that same fragile trust between king and nation arrived on the night of the 20th of June 1791, when Louis, Marie Antoinette, and their own children slipped out of the Tuileries in disguise, the king travelling under the identity of a valet in the service of a Russian baroness, in a carefully planned but ultimately disastrously executed attempt to flee France entirely and reach the fortress town of Montmédy near the eastern border, where royalist troops loyal to the crown waited to escort the royal family to safety, and from that same secure position to negotiate, or if necessary to fight for, a restoration of royal authority. The Assembly's own reforms had steadily eroded across the preceding 2 years. The flight, delayed by a series of small and almost farcical logistical failures, a Berlin carriage too heavy and too conspicuous for the speed the plan actually required, a rendezvous with the royal escort missed by hours because the royal party ran badly behind its own schedule, ended in the small town of Varennes, only a single day's travel short of the border, when a local postmaster named Jean-Baptiste Drouet recognised the king's own face from a printed assignat banknote and raised the alarm that stopped the royal carriage before it could complete its own escape, and the royal family was returned to Paris under armed guard, through streets lined with silent, hostile crowds who had, only days earlier, still nominally regarded their king as a legitimate, if increasingly distrusted, constitutional monarch, and who now understood, with a clarity no earlier event in this whole story had provided quite so starkly, that their own king had, at the first real opportunity, attempted to abandon the revolution, and by every reasonable reading of his own intended destination, to return at the head of a foreign or royalist army to crush it. It is hard not to notice how completely this single failed flight reshaped the political terrain of the entire revolution, because a monarchy whose own legitimacy had, until this point, still rested on the fiction that the king was a genuine and willing partner in the new constitutional order, could not easily survive the plain evidence, now sitting in the hands of every French citizen who read a newspaper, that the king himself had tried to flee rather than accept that same order, and it is worth naming plainly that the more radical political clubs and the more radical Parisian crowd drawing precisely this conclusion began, for the first time in any organised and widely shared way, to openly call for the abolition of the monarchy altogether and the establishment of a republic, a demand that the Assembly's own still dominant moderate majority was not yet prepared to accept, producing, on the 17th of July 1791, a genuinely bloody confrontation on the Champ de Mars, the same field that had hosted the joyful festival of the Federation only a year earlier, when the National Guard under Lafayette's own command, ordered to disperse a crowd gathered to sign a Republican petition, opened fire on the assembled demonstrators, killing, by most careful estimates, somewhere between 12 and 50 people, a massacre that permanently shattered Lafayette's own standing among the revolution's more radical partisans, and that drove a first, genuinely serious wedge between the moderate constitutional monarchists who had led the revolution's opening 2 years and the more radical republican current that would, within a little over a year, sweep that same moderate leadership entirely aside. The Assembly nonetheless completed its work that same autumn, finalising a constitution that established France as a constitutional monarchy with a single elected legislative assembly, a limited royal veto power, and the same restrictive division between active and passive citizens this account has already described, and Louis, in September of 1791, formally accepted this same constitution and swore for a second time to uphold it, an acceptance that most historians looking back on it have judged to have been offered with very considerably less sincerity than the oath Louis had sworn on the Champ de Mars the year before. a suspicion the following year's events would do a great deal to confirm. The National Assembly, having completed its constitutional task, dissolved itself and gave way, in October of 1791, to a newly elected Legislative Assembly, a body whose own membership, thanks to a self-denying rule, the outgoing Assembly had imposed barring its own former members from serving in the new one, brought an almost entirely fresh set of faces into national politics, among them a group of ambitious, articulate, and increasingly influential deputies from the department of the Gironde in the southwest, who would give their own regional name to the political faction, the Girondins, that would dominate the Legislative Assembly's own early sessions, and that would, within months, push France toward the single decision that would transform this revolution, once again and for good, from a domestic political struggle into a continental war. The political clubs this account has already introduced you to had, by this same point in the story, begun splintering along lines that would matter enormously to everything still ahead. The Jacobin Club itself split in the summer of 1791 over the specific question of whether to depose Louis outright following his flight to Varennes, a more conservative faction breaking away to form the Feuillants, who continued to support a constitutional monarchy and who dominated the Legislative Assembly's own earliest, more moderate months, while the Jacobins who remained grew steadily more republican and increasingly found themselves outflanked on their own more radical edge by an even more militant club meeting on the left bank, the Cordeliers, whose own membership included Danton, Marat and Desmoulins among its own founding voices, and whose own general meetings, open to a much wider and considerably less prosperous membership than the Jacobins ever admitted, gave the Parisian sans-culottes a direct organisational voice inside revolutionary politics that would prove decisive again and again across the years this account has already walked you through, whenever the crowd itself needed rallying toward the Bastille, toward Versailles, or toward the Tuileries. It is worth naming plainly the specific arguments that drove a great many of these same Girondin deputies toward demanding war against Austria in the winter of 1791 and the spring of 1792, because their own stated reasoning combined several genuinely distinct motives that are worth separating out honestly rather than collapsing into a single explanation, a real and not unreasonable fear that the growing community of émigré nobles who had fled France since the Revolution's earliest months, gathering in considerable numbers just across the border in the German states, and openly organising military resistance to the Revolution, with at least the tacit sympathy of Marie Antoinette's own Austrian relatives, posed a genuine security threat that only a preemptive war might neutralise, alongside a rather less defensive and considerably more strategic calculation openly discussed by Girondin leaders like Jacques-Pierre Brissot, that a war might serve to unmask the king's own true loyalties once and for all, forcing Louis either to lead the war effort genuinely or to reveal, through obstruction, his own continued sympathy for the very foreign powers France would now be fighting, a cynical but not unreasonable political wager that a legislative assembly increasingly convinced of the king's own bad faith might actually benefit from forcing that same bad faith into the open. Robespierre, at this early stage still a relatively marginal voice within the Jacobin Club rather than the dominant figure he would become, argued, almost alone among prominent revolutionary leaders, against the rush to war, warning with real prescience that no one loves armed missionaries, that a war launched in the name of liberty might just as easily produce a military dictatorship as it produced the liberation of oppressed people abroad that its own advocates promised, a warning the Assembly's own war-hungry majority overwhelmingly dismissed. And on the 20th of April 1792 France, with Louis himself formally presenting the declaration to an assembly he had, by every private indication, real reason to hope would lose, declared war on Austria, opening a conflict that would not, in one form or another, fully end for the better part of the following 23 years. Something in the range of 150,000 French men and women, by the most careful modern estimates, made up this same émigré community the Assembly's own war debate kept returning to. Leaving France across the whole span of this revolution, a population that included the king's own two younger brothers, the Comte de Provence and the Comte d'Artois, alongside a very considerable share of France's own wealthiest and most militarily experienced nobility, gathering in the German Rhineland city of Koblenz to form the nucleus of an actual counter-revolutionary army, the army of Condé, that fought for years afterward alongside the coalition's own regular forces. And it is worth naming too that this same emigration was never, whatever its own more prominent aristocratic leadership might suggest, a purely noble affair, because refractory priests fleeing the civil constitution's own oath requirement, merchants fleeing economic ruin, and, in time, ordinary provincial families simply fleeing the accumulating danger of being caught on the wrong side of whichever faction currently held local power, made up a very considerable share of the émigrés' own actual numbers and the Assembly's own response, confiscating émigré property for sale as biens nationaux alongside the church. Lands this account has already described, and eventually condemning unauthorised emigration itself as a capital offence, meant that a great many of these same exiled families lost, in the space of a few short years, both the homeland and the inherited estate that had defined their own family's identity for generations, a genuine and considerable human cost. This account owes you honestly alongside every other cost this whole story has already asked you to weigh tonight. A specific document turned this new war from a distant border conflict into an immediate and existential domestic crisis. In July of 1792, the Duke of Brunswick, commanding the combined Austrian and Prussian armies now advancing on France, issued, at the urging of the émigré princes travelling with his own forces, a manifesto declaring that if the royal family suffered the slightest harm, the Allied armies would subject Paris to an exemplary and unforgettable vengeance, a threat that was almost certainly intended to protect the king, but that had, in the event, the precisely opposite effect on a Parisian population that read the manifesto correctly as confirmation of exactly what it had already begun to suspect, that Louis himself was in secret correspondence and secret sympathy with the very foreign armies now marching to restore him to his old absolute power by force. And it was this same manifesto, arriving in Paris in the last days of July, even as French armies on the actual battlefield suffered a string of humiliating early defeats against the same advancing coalition, that set the final and fatal chain of events in motion. A palace stormed, and a monarchy that simply stopped existing. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly what happened in Paris on the 10th of August 1792, because the crowd that gathered that morning, drawn from the city's own working-class districts, and reinforced by several thousand volunteer National Guardsmen, who had marched to the capital from Marseille and Brittany, specifically to answer the Assembly's own call for volunteers to defend the revolution, a Marseille contingent whose own marching song, composed only months earlier by an army engineer named Rouget de Lille for the war effort in Strasbourg, would enter Paris that same summer and would, under the name the crowd itself gave it, the Marseillaise, go on to become the revolutionary anthem and eventually the national anthem of France itself, marched on the Tuileries Palace, intending this time not merely to demonstrate but to end the monarchy outright. The fighting that followed, when the palace's own Swiss Guard, several hundred professional soldiers who had served the French crown for generations under a long-standing arrangement between France and the Swiss cantons, resisted rather than stand aside, proved to be the single bloodiest single day of violence Paris had yet seen in this whole revolution. Something in the range of 600 of the Swiss Guard killed in the fighting itself, and its brutal aftermath, alongside several hundred of the attacking crowd. A massacre that ended only when Louis, having fled with his own family to the shelter of the Legislative Assembly's own meeting hall nearby, rather than remain in the palace to direct its defence, ordered the remaining Swiss guard to lay down their own arms, an order that did nothing to save the guardsmen who had already surrendered from being killed anyway, by a crowd whose own fury, once fully unleashed, proved considerably harder to call back than it had been to summon in the first place. The Legislative Assembly, meeting in continuous session as this same violence unfolded only yards away, voted that same day to suspend the king from his own remaining functions and to call for the immediate election by a genuinely universal male suffrage extending, for the first time in this whole revolution, the vote to every adult French man, regardless of property, of a new national convention charged with drafting a republican constitution. And it is worth naming plainly exactly what this same vote actually meant in practice, because the monarchy that had ruled France, under one branch or another of the same royal house, for the better part of 800 years, ceased, in every meaningful sense beyond Louis's own continued physical imprisonment, to exist as a functioning institution on that single August afternoon, a genuinely staggering collapse compressed into a single day of street fighting that the calm, procedural language of the Assembly's own official minutes does very little, on its own, to actually convey. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely horrifying episode that unfolded only weeks later, because the news reaching Paris that same summer of the advancing Prussian army's continued progress toward the capital, combined with a genuine and not entirely unfounded fear that the several thousand prisoners now crowded into the city's own jails, ordinary criminals held alongside refractory priests and suspected royalist sympathisers, arrested in the panic following the Tuileries' fall, might rise up and open the city's own gates to the invading army the moment Parisian men marched out to the front to meet it, produced, across the first week of September 1792, a wave of organised, systematic prison massacres that later generations of historians have struggled to describe without flinching. Self-appointed tribunals of ordinary citizens, armed with pikes and sabres, entering prison after prison across the city and conducting summary trials, lasting in many cases only a matter of minutes per prisoner, before killing, on the spot, somewhere in the range of 1,100 to 1,400 people, a toll that included ordinary criminals held for petty theft alongside genuine political prisoners, refractory priests specifically targeted for their own religious resistance, and, in one particularly notorious case, the Princess de Lamballe, a close personal friend of Marie Antoinette's, whose own severed head, by multiple contemporary accounts, was paraded on a pike beneath the Queen's own prison window. It is worth naming, honestly, that responsibility for these same September massacres has been debated by historians for 2 centuries since, because while no formal government order authorising the killings has ever been found in the surviving record, the massacres unfolded with the tacit acquiescence, and in the specific case of the fiery journalist and newly appointed Minister of Justice Georges Danton, with language that a great many contemporaries and later historians alike read as active incitement of a revolutionary leadership that judged, in the genuine emergency of that same terrifying week, that it could not risk devoting scarce troops to protecting prisoners from a crowd it either could not or would not fully restrain. A judgment this account owes you honestly as one of the first clear instances in this whole story of a revolutionary government choosing, under the specific pressure of wartime panic, to look away from violence it could plausibly have done considerably more to prevent. It is worth pausing briefly on the single battlefield victory that arrived, almost providentially, in the very midst of this same terrifying week, because on the 20th of September 1792, a French army, reinforced by exactly the kind of volunteer enthusiasm the Marseillaise had helped summon, halted the advancing Prussian army at the Battle of Valmy in a confrontation decided in the end less by any dramatic infantry charge than by a prolonged and ultimately decisive artillery duel, a victory of genuinely modest tactical scale that nonetheless carried an outsized symbolic weight, because it was the first time a revolutionary French army, built substantially out of citizen volunteers rather than the old professional royal army, had stood its ground against the finest professional soldiers Europe still possessed and had not broken, a moment the German writer Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, present with the Prussian army as an observer, is reported to have described to his own dispirited companions that evening as the beginning of a new era in world history, a judgment that later centuries have, on the whole, found difficult to argue with. It was against this same backdrop of battlefield relief and domestic bloodshed that the newly elected National Convention held its very first session on the 21st of September, 1792, and, on its first full day of deliberation, voted unanimously, and with almost no recorded debate at all, to abolish the monarchy outright and to declare France a republic, dating this same declaration retroactively as the first day of year one of a new French republican calendar. The convention would go on, over the following year, to formally adopt a calendar that renamed the months themselves after the seasons and the harvest, Brumaire for the misty month of autumn, Thermidor for the heat of high summer, Fructidor for the fruit that same season brought. A small but genuinely telling detail of just how completely this revolution now believed it was capable of remaking, not merely France's government, but the very structure of time itself, a king tried and a head that fell into a basket. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely fraught question the new convention now had to settle, because a deposed king held prisoner in the Temple fortress in Paris posed a problem no revolutionary government anywhere in Europe had ever previously had to solve, and the convention spent the final months of 1792 locked in a bitter and increasingly consequential debate over what precisely to do with Louis, a debate that exposed for the first time in fully public and fully consequential form the deepening split between the more moderate Girondin faction, who argued variously for exile, for a national referendum on the king's fate, or at minimum for a suspended sentence pending the war's own outcome, and the more radical faction gathered around the Jacobin Club and increasingly identified, from the elevated benches they occupied in the convention's own meeting hall, as the Montagnards, who argued, with Robespierre and the young lawyer Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just prominent among them, that a king who had, in Saint-Just's own chillingly direct formulation, no place at all in a republic because one cannot reign innocently, must be tried and, if found guilty, executed as a matter of revolutionary necessity rather than ordinary judicial process. The discovery, in November of 1792, of a hidden iron safe in the Tuileries containing correspondence that appeared to confirm Louis's own secret dealings with foreign powers and with counter-revolutionary conspirators inside France, dealings the king had consistently and publicly denied across the preceding 2 years, settled the practical question that had, until that discovery, still divided a great many wavering deputies, and the convention voted in December to try Louis itself, sitting as both prosecutor and judge, a trial that unfolded across several weeks in December and January with a genuinely remarkable degree of procedural formality. Given the circumstances, Louis permitted his own legal defence, mounted with real skill and real personal courage by a team of lawyers who understood perfectly well the danger their own association with the deposed king now carried for them personally. The convention's own final votes, held across 3 separate ballots between the 14th and the 20th of January 1793, found Louis guilty of conspiracy against the public liberty and against the general safety of the state by an overwhelming and nearly unanimous margin, condemned him to death by a considerably narrower majority, several hundred deputies in favour against several hundred opposed or abstaining, a margin narrow enough that the single vote cast by Louis's own distant cousin, Philippe, Duke of Orléans, who had renounced his own royal title and taken the name Philippe Égalité, Philip Equality, in the Revolution's honour, and who voted in the end for his own royal relative's execution, drew particular and lasting horror even among many of his fellow deputies, and rejected, by a further and even narrower margin, a final proposal to suspend the sentence pending a national referendum. Louis was executed by guillotine in the Place de la Révolution, the great public square that sits today, considerably more peacefully, at the centre of Paris under the name Place de la Concorde, on the morning of the 21st of January 1793, before a crowd that contemporary accounts describe in genuinely mixed terms, some sections cheering, others reportedly standing in a silence that struck at least a few observers as considerably more unsettling than any cheer could have been, and Louis himself, by the most credible surviving accounts, attempted, in his final moments on the scaffold, to address the crowd, declaring that he died innocent of the charges brought against him, and that he forgave those responsible for his own death, words that the drummers positioned nearby, on the orders of officials anxious to prevent any final royal appeal from swaying the crowd, drowned out with a deliberate roll of drums before the blade fell. It is worth naming honestly exactly what this same execution actually settled and exactly what it did not, because the killing of an anointed king, a man whose own coronation had, in the old order's own theology, marked him as God's chosen and irreplaceable representative on French soil, was an act of such total and irreversible symbolic rupture that it left the revolution's own leadership with no plausible path backward toward any restored monarchy at all. A bridge burned so completely that every faction now fighting for control of the revolution's own future understood, whatever else divided them, that their own personal survival now depended entirely on this same republic's success. A shared and genuinely desperate stake that would do a very great deal, across the following 18 months, to explain just how far those same factions would prove willing to go against one another, and against anyone else who stood in their way. Consider Louis XVI himself, one final time, with both hands held open at once, because a man this account has already shown you hesitating, compromising, and fatally misjudging his own moment at nearly every single turn deserves, before this story moves past his own execution for good, a fairer final accounting than the guillotine's own blade ever paused to offer him. In one hand, a king who funded, at real and lasting cost to his own already strained treasury, genuine scientific expeditions and genuine agricultural reform, who abolished, in 1788, the last remaining judicial use of torture in French law, who granted that same year a landmark edict of toleration restoring basic civil rights to France's own long-persecuted Protestant minority, and who approached the crisis of 1789 by the private testimony of nearly every minister who actually worked beside him, not as a tyrant defending an indefensible privilege, but as a genuinely conscientious man overwhelmed by a scale of change he had neither the temperament nor the political education to navigate, a king who could, at multiple specific moments this account has already shown you, have ordered his own troops to fire on a crowd and chose, again and again, not to. In the other hand, the same king whose own chronic indecision left every one of his own ministers, reformers and reactionaries alike, without any reliable sense of where he actually stood, whose own secret correspondence with foreign courts confirmed exactly the disloyalty his own domestic opponents had long suspected of him, and whose own flight to Varennes, whatever sympathy his own personal decency might otherwise deserve, was a plain and deliberate attempt to abandon a constitutional settlement he had sworn, in public and at least twice, to uphold. Both of these descriptions are true of the very same man, and this account does not believe a story that remembers Louis only as an innocent martyr, or only as a scheming tyrant who received precisely what he deserved, is actually telling you the whole of who he was. A republic besieged from every direction at once. It is worth naming plainly the sheer scale of the crisis the young French Republic actually faced across the opening months of 1793, because Louis's execution, rather than settling the war that had already been underway for nearly a year, dramatically widened it, driving Britain, Spain, and the Dutch Republic to join Austria and Prussia in a new and considerably broader First Coalition, explicitly committed to crushing the French Republic and restoring the Bourbon monarchy, a coalition whose combined military strength dwarfed anything the young republic's own hastily organised citizen armies had yet been tested against. And it was in response to this same widening external threat that the Convention, in February of 1793, ordered a mass conscription of 300,000 men, a levy that landed with particular and genuinely explosive resentment in one specific region of France, the rural, deeply Catholic, and already religiously alienated province of the Vendée in the west, where a population that had, since the civil constitution of the clergy's own divisive oath requirement 2 years earlier, grown steadily more hostile to a revolution it experienced as an assault on its own traditional faith, rose in the spring of 1793 in a full-scale armed insurrection against the Republic's own conscription order, an uprising that quickly took on the character not of a scattered riot, but of a genuine and sustained royalist civil war, peasant armies fighting under the white flag of the Bourbon monarchy and under the guidance, in a great many localities, of the very refractory priests the civil constitution had driven underground 2 years before. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly how brutal the war in the Vendée actually became on both sides across the following 2 years, because the Republic's own military response, particularly once the rebellion had been driven into a more desperate and more purely defensive phase by the winter of 1793, escalated into a campaign of deliberate and sustained devastation that some modern historians have argued deserves to be described in the specific technical sense of a campaign aimed at the wholesale destruction of an entire regional population rather than merely at defeating its armed combatants, as a genocide, a term that remains genuinely contested among historians of the period, but that reflects, at minimum, the scale of what actually happened. So-called infernal columns marching through Vendéan villages, burning crops, homes, and in a great many documented cases the civilian inhabitants themselves. A campaign of repression that killed, by the most careful modern estimates historians have been able to reconstruct, somewhere in the range of 200,000 people across the whole of the conflict, combatants and civilians together, a death toll that made the suppression of this single internal uprising considerably more costly, in purely human terms, than a great many of the individual foreign battles this same revolutionary war would go on to produce, and that this account owes you honestly rather than folding quietly into the broader story of foreign war this narrative is about to describe, because a revolution that proclaimed the rights of man in one breath cannot be allowed. In the honest telling, this channel always tries to offer you to have its own worst internal atrocity simply pass by unnamed. Beyond the specific and catastrophic case of the Vendée this account has just described, mass conscription meant something considerably more ordinary and considerably more widespread for rural households across the whole of France. The 300,000 men called up in February of 1793 and the far larger levée en masse that followed that same August pulled working-age sons out of villages across the whole of France at precisely the season, planting and harvest alike, when a peasant family's own survival depended most directly on every available pair of hands. A burden that fell, as conscription always seems to fall in every century, this channel has ever described to you, hardest on households too poor to purchase an exemption or a substitute soldier, a practice the Republic's own conscription law technically allowed, and that wealthier families made steady and largely unremarked use of throughout the war, so that the citizen army the levée en masse assembled, however genuinely revolutionary in its stated universal obligation, drew its own actual ranks disproportionately from exactly the same rural poor who'd already borne the heavier share of the old monarchy's own taxation. One further quiet entry in this account's own honest ledger of who this revolution actually asked to pay for it. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely consequential institutional response the convention built that same spring of 1793 to manage a crisis now arriving simultaneously from every direction at once. Foreign armies advancing on multiple fronts, civil war raging in the Vendée, and a domestic economy buckling under the weight of a currency, the assignat, originally issued backed by confiscated church land and now printed in such quantity to fund the war effort that its own value against hard coin was collapsing month by month, driving prices for ordinary goods, above all bread, to levels that reignited exactly the kind of hunger-driven unrest that had helped launch this whole revolution 4 years earlier. In April of 1793, the convention created a Committee of Public Safety, a body of initially 9 and later 12 members drawn from among the convention's own deputies, granted sweeping executive authority to coordinate the war effort, oversee the Republic's own generals, and direct national policy on a week-to-week basis that the convention's own larger and more unwieldy full body could not realistically manage during a genuine national emergency. A committee that would, across the following 15 months, become the single most powerful instrument of government in the whole of revolutionary France. And that would come in the hands of the men who would soon dominate it, to preside over the single darkest and most intensively studied chapter of this entire 10-year story. One genuinely striking irony sits quietly underneath this whole emergency arrangement. The convention had, that same spring, already completed and formally ratified, by national referendum, a new and genuinely democratic constitution, the Constitution of the Year One, that established universal male suffrage, direct popular election of judges and officials, and a legislature answerable to the people through mechanisms considerably more participatory than any government in Europe had yet attempted, a constitution the convention itself voted, within weeks of its own ratification, to suspend indefinitely on the stated grounds that a nation fighting for its own survival on every border at once could not yet afford the luxury of the very democratic government it had just finished building, a suspension repeatedly described by its own architects as strictly temporary until the peace, and that was, in the event, never actually restored at all across the whole of the remaining revolutionary decade. One further example, worth sitting with honestly, of a revolution that kept discovering again and again that the emergency measures it adopted to defend its own founding ideals had a persistent and genuinely troubling habit of outlasting the emergency itself. It is worth naming too exactly who actually sat in the hall making these same decisions, because the National Convention's own 749 deputies were drawn overwhelmingly from precisely the same educated professional third estate. This account has already described dominating the Estates General 4 years earlier, lawyers alone accounting for something close to a quarter of the entire body, and this same convention, whatever the violent and often genuinely chaotic drama of its own most famous sessions, met in continuous formal session, for 3 straight years without any interruption at all, its own committees processing an almost unimaginable daily volume of ordinary legislative business, land surveys, road repairs, weights and measures, alongside the extraordinary business of war and terror. This account has spent so much of tonight describing to you, a reminder that even the single most turbulent government this story has shown you was still, underneath its own most dramatic headlines, an actual functioning bureaucracy attempting, however imperfectly, to run an actual nation of 28 million people through every single day of its own crisis. The political struggle between the Girondin and Montagnard factions inside the convention itself finally resolved that same spring. The Girondins, whose own leadership had pushed France into war the year before and who had, across the trial of the king, argued for the more moderate course at nearly every turn, found themselves, by the spring of 1793, increasingly outmanoeuvred by a Montagnard faction that enjoyed the direct and increasingly decisive backing of the Parisian sans-culottes, the city's own working-class radicals named, with the same defiant humour this channel has found in revolutions in other centuries and other countries, for the long trousers they wore in place of the fashionable knee breeches, the culottes, that marked a man of the wealthier classes, a population whose own direct, repeated willingness to take to the streets in armed force, first at the Bastille, then at Versailles, then at the Tuileries, had by this point in the story made it unmistakably clear to every faction inside the convention that genuine political power in revolutionary Paris no longer rested solely, or even primarily, with the elected assembly's own formal votes. On the 2nd of June, 1793, a crowd of armed sans-culottes and National Guardsmen, organised with the active encouragement of the Montagnard leadership, surrounded the convention's own meeting hall and forced the arrest of 29 leading Girondin deputies, a purge carried out not by any vote of the full convention acting freely, but by the direct physical coercion of an armed crowd dictating, in effect, which of the nation's own elected representatives would be permitted to keep their seats, an episode that marks, as clearly as any single event in this whole story, the moment at which the revolution's own founding promise of representative constitutional government gave way, under the pressure of war and internal faction, to a period in which the loudest and best organised force in the street held, in practical terms, considerably more genuine authority than any ballot, a machinery built to make the nation safe and terrible. It is worth naming, plainly, the specific and genuinely important legal architecture the convention constructed across the summer and autumn of 1793, because the period history has come to call the terror was not, whatever the word's own modern connotations of chaotic mob violence might suggest, a spontaneous eruption of disorder at all, but rather a deliberately organised system of revolutionary government built through specific laws passed by a sitting legislature and administered through specific institutions staffed by identifiable men. A distinction this account owes you honestly, because it makes what followed considerably more disturbing rather than less. An atrocity carried out not in a moment of ungovernable panic, but through the patient, bureaucratic, day-by-day operation of a state that had convinced itself, with real and by most accounts genuinely sincere conviction, on the part of a great many of the men administering it, that terror was, in Robespierre's own frequently quoted formulation, delivered to the convention that February, nothing other than justice, prompt, severe, and inflexible, an emanation of virtue itself rather than its opposite. The law of suspects, passed in September of 1793, authorised the arrest of anyone who, by their own conduct, their own associations, their own words, or even, in the law's own genuinely alarming phrasing, by their own failure to demonstrate sufficient revolutionary enthusiasm, could be reasonably suspected of harbouring counter-revolutionary sympathies, a standard so broad and so dependent on the subjective judgment of local revolutionary committees that it placed, in practice, an enormous share of the French population within potential reach of arrest at any given moment, and the revolutionary tribunal established in Paris the previous spring, a special court operating outside the ordinary judicial system and answerable directly to the Committee of Public Safety, tried the cases this same law generated, with a jury drawn from reliably revolutionary citizens and, as the terror intensified across the following year, with procedural protections for the accused that grew steadily thinner, culminating in June of 1794 in a law of 22nd Prairial that stripped defendants of the right to legal counsel and left the tribunal only two possible verdicts: acquittal or death, a legal machine, by that final stage, considerably more efficient at producing executions than it had ever been at producing anything resembling a genuine trial. Marie Antoinette was herself tried before this same revolutionary tribunal in October of 1793, held for months in conditions of real physical hardship in a bare cell in the conciergerie prison, a former queen reduced by contemporary description to mending her own stockings and sleeping behind a guard posted directly inside her own tiny room, and subjected in her own trial to accusations that range from the plausible, treasonous correspondence with her own Austrian relatives commanding the very armies now invading France, to the genuinely grotesque, a charge raised by the prosecutor Fouquier-Tinville on testimony extracted from her own young son, that she'd committed incest with the boy, an accusation so transparently manufactured that even a number of the tribunal's own jurors reportedly found it distasteful, though it did nothing at all to alter the verdict the whole proceeding had been designed, from its outset, to reach. She was guillotined on the 16th of October, 1793, having, by the account of the priest who accompanied her to the scaffold, borne the final journey with a dignity and a composure that surprised even observers who had spent years mocking her, and it is worth naming, plainly, that whatever genuine extravagance and genuine political misjudgment had marked Marie Antoinette's own years at Versailles, the specific woman executed that October morning was, by that point, a 47-year-old widow who had already watched her own husband beheaded, who had been forcibly separated from her own surviving son, and who had spent her final months in conditions considerably closer to the ordinary deprivation of the poorest Parisian prisoner than to the gilded excess her own legend has ever since remained fixed to. It is worth naming plainly, too, exactly what became of that same surviving son, because Louis Charles, the 8-year-old boy the royalist cause would go on to recognise in exile as the uncrowned Louis XVII, was kept, after his mother's own execution, in solitary confinement in the Temple prison, under the direct charge of a shoemaker named Antoine Simon, who had been instructed by the Convention's own authorities to raise the boy as an ordinary republican citizen, and to erase, so far as any child's own mind could be made to forget it, every trace of his royal upbringing, a programme of forced re-education carried out with a severity that included, by a great many later and disputed accounts, genuine physical abuse, and the boy, removed from Simon's own care after some months and left, for the final year and a half of his short life, largely alone in a locked and increasingly filthy cell, died in June of 1795, not yet 10 years old, of a combination of tuberculosis and what modern physicians who have since examined the surviving medical evidence describe as the plain and devastating consequence of prolonged isolation and neglect, a death the Convention's own attending physicians documented and confirmed through an autopsy whose own record survived to this day, and it is worth naming honestly that this same documented death did nothing at all to prevent, across the following century, a genuinely remarkable procession of impostors, at least 100 of them by some historians' counts, from coming forward across Europe and even into the young United States claiming to be the boy who had, in fact, actually died quietly and undramatically in a Paris prison cell, a myth of the escaped and hidden Dauphin that outlived every one of its own false claimants, and that DNA testing, conducted on preserved remains in the year 2000, would finally and conclusively put to rest nearly 2 full centuries after the boy himself had already died. A small but genuinely telling reminder that this whole story's own appetite for legend did not end when the actual, considerably sadder facts were already sitting, fully documented in an archive the legend's own believers simply preferred not to consult. A newspaper editor stabbed in his own bath, and the woman who did it. It is worth naming, plainly, a figure this account has not yet properly introduced you to, despite his own considerable importance to nearly everything this story has already described, because Jean-Paul Marat, a Swiss-born physician turned revolutionary journalist, had spent the years since 1789 publishing, from a succession of hiding places necessitated by the repeated arrest warrants his own inflammatory writing provoked, a newspaper called L'Ami du Peuple, the friend of the people, whose own relentless, often genuinely paranoid denunciations of counter-revolutionary conspiracy, real and imagined alike, had done more than almost any other single voice to whip the Parisian sans-culotte into the specific fury that produced the September massacres this account has already described, Marat himself having called, in the days immediately preceding that same massacre, for exactly the kind of preemptive prison killing that followed. Marat suffered, across nearly the whole of the revolution's own opening years, from a severe and disfiguring skin condition, very likely a chronic dermatitis contracted during the months he had spent hiding in the sewers of Paris to evade arrest. A condition that forced him to spend the greater part of his own final months conducting the business of revolutionary journalism from inside a specially adapted medicinal bath, and it was there, on the 13th of July, 1793, that a 24-year-old woman from Normandy named Charlotte Corday, who had travelled to Paris specifically to kill him, gained admittance to his own rooms by claiming she carried a list of Girondin traitors he would want to see, and stabbed him once, fatally, through the chest. Consider Marat and Corday with both hands held open at once, because each of them has been claimed, across 2.5 centuries since, as both martyr and monster by opposing sides of this same argument. In one hand, Marat, the tireless watchdog of the poor, a physician who genuinely could have built a comfortable private medical practice, and chose instead to live as a hunted fugitive in service of exposing what he sincerely believed, and what a very great deal of surviving evidence suggests he had real reason to believe, were ongoing conspiracies against the revolution's own poorest supporters. A man whose own assassination, memorialised within weeks in Jacques-Louis David's own famous painting of his body slumped in the bath, transformed him instantly into the terror's own most potent martyr, his own image carried through Parisian streets in a cult of secular veneration that briefly rivaled the reverence once reserved for Catholic saints. In the other hand, the same Marat whose own newspaper had, across these same years, published lists of specific names and specific addresses accompanied by explicit calls for those same named individuals to be killed, rhetoric that a great many sober historians, weighing his own printed words against their own documented consequences, hold directly responsible for encouraging exactly the kind of extra-legal mob violence that filled Parisian prisons with corpses in September of 1792. And consider Corday in the same balanced light, a woman descended from minor Norman nobility, who had, by her own account, acted entirely alone, without any organised Girondin conspiracy behind her, out of a genuine and specifically stated conviction that killing a single man responsible, in her own reading, for thousands of deaths might spare France a great many more, a calculation of political violence she defended with real composure at her own trial, and that she paid for 4 days after Marat's death, on the same scaffold that had already claimed so many others, going to her own execution by multiple contemporary accounts, with a calm and an apparent conviction that unsettled a great many of the very revolutionaries who had ordered her death. And it is worth naming honestly that her own act, whatever its own specific moral weight, achieved nothing at all of what she had hoped it might, because Marat's assassination, rather than slowing the machinery of the terror, handed that same machinery its single most useful martyr and accelerated, within weeks, exactly the escalation Corday had died trying to prevent. A republic at war with several of its own largest cities. It is worth naming too exactly how far the crisis that followed the Girondins' arrest in June of 1793 actually spread beyond Paris itself, because a considerable number of French provincial cities, Lyon, Marseille, Bordeaux, and Caen chief among them, rose that same summer in what historians call the Federalist Revolts, a wave of provincial resistance to the Convention's own increasingly centralised and increasingly Montagnard-dominated authority that drew support from a genuinely wide range of local grievance, sympathy for the arrested Girondin deputies in some cities, simple resentment of Parisian domination in others, and, in the specific and genuinely consequential case of the great southern port city of Toulon, an outright decision made by the city's own royalist-leaning local authorities in the face of the advancing Republican army sent to suppress their own revolt, to open the harbour to a British and Spanish fleet rather than submit to the Convention's authority at all, a siege that gave a then entirely obscure 24-year-old artillery captain named Napoleon Bonaparte, filling in for a wounded commander, his own very first genuine taste of battlefield fame, massing his own guns on Toulon's high ground, and using them not against a foreign invader advancing in open country, but against a fleet that a French city's own citizens had voluntarily invited in, a technical triumph decisive enough to earn him, within weeks, promotion to brigadier general at an age when most of his own fellow officers were still waiting for their first field command. It is worth naming honestly exactly how brutally the Convention's own forces suppressed the largest of these same Federalist revolts, once each city had finally been retaken, because Lyon, France's own second largest city, held out under siege for 2 months before finally surrendering in October of 1793, and the Convention's own representatives on the ground, having grown frustrated with how slowly the guillotine alone could process the sheer number of prisoners the city's fall had produced, resorted, in a small number of specifically documented and specifically horrifying episodes, to mass execution by cannon fire, prisoners lined up in open ground and killed by grape shot in a single volley, rather than one at a time by blade, a method chosen explicitly for its own industrial efficiency, and remembered ever since as the mitraillades, and the Convention voted, that same autumn, to have the rebellious city's own name struck from the record altogether, renaming it, for a period, Villefranchi, the liberated town, and ordering the demolition of a considerable number of its own wealthiest districts, a punishment this account owes you honestly precisely because it demonstrates, as clearly as anything else in this whole story, how completely a revolutionary government convinced of its own righteous necessity could turn the same machinery it built to punish counter-revolution against an entire French city's own civilian population, guilty, in the overwhelming majority of individual cases, of nothing more than having lived under the wrong local government at the wrong political moment. The Girondin deputies arrested that same June faced their own reckoning that same autumn, 21 of whom were tried together and guillotined on a single day in October, going, by the account of witnesses present, to their own death singing together, and Madame Roland, the wife of a former Girondin minister, and a woman whose own Paris salon had, for years, served as one of the movement's genuine intellectual centres, executed only weeks later and remembered ever since for the words she's reported to have addressed on the scaffold itself to a nearby statue representing liberty, observing, with the particular clarity that arrives, sometimes only in a life's final moment, how many crimes have been committed in your name, and it is worth naming plainly the fate that overtook Olympe de Gouges, the same playwright and pamphleteer this account introduced you to earlier tonight, demanding rights for women equal to the rights the revolution had already claimed for men, arrested for her own continued public criticism of the increasingly radical direction the revolution had taken, and for a pamphlet defending a federalist political structure the Montagnards regarded as treasonous, and guillotined in November of 1793, a woman whose own earlier observation that if woman had the right to mount the scaffold, she must equally have the right to mount the speaker's platform, had proven in the end only half prophetic, because the revolution granted her, in full and lethal measure, the first right while continuing, right up to the end of her own life and for generations afterward, to deny her the second. It is worth naming too the Marquis de Condorcet, a mathematician and philosopher, one of the very last of the great Enlightenment thinkers still actively involved in the revolution's own political life, who had helped draft the ambitious education reform this account has not yet mentioned, a plan for free, universal, secular public schooling for both boys and girls alike, that the convention debated at length but never fully implemented, and who had argued in his own earlier writing for full political rights for women considerably more consistently and considerably more publicly than almost any other prominent male revolutionary this account has introduced you to tonight. Condemned by the convention in the autumn of 1793 for having criticised the constitution the Montagnards had just pushed through, Condorcet spent the following months in hiding in a Paris boarding house, and it was there, believing himself doomed and writing by candlelight, with the specific knowledge that he might not live to see it published, that he composed his own sketch for a historical picture of the progress of the human mind, a genuinely remarkable and genuinely moving testament to Enlightenment optimism, arguing that humanity was capable of indefinite moral and intellectual improvement, written by a man hiding from the very machinery of state terror that his own optimistic century had, without quite meaning to, helped produce. Condorcet was finally captured in March of 1794, attempting to flee the city, and died within 2 days of his own arrest, in circumstances that remain disputed to this day, either from sheer physical exhaustion, or by a considerable body of contemporary and later opinion, by his own hand rather than face the guillotine. A final and genuinely bitter irony that this account asks you to sit with for a moment. One of the Enlightenment's own last true believers, dying in a terror-era cell, having just finished writing, in the very shadow of the machine that would soon claim him, that the human mind was still, on the whole, moving toward the light. It is worth naming, too, a second scientific mind, this same machinery claimed only a few months later, because Antoine Lavoisier, the chemist whose own careful, methodical experiments had helped found the entire modern discipline of chemistry, identifying oxygen's own role in combustion and helping overturn centuries of mistaken chemical theory, was arrested in November of 1793 not for any scientific offence at all, but for his own earlier career, decades before the Revolution, as one of the tax farmers who had collected the old monarchy's own deeply unpopular indirect taxes, a position of real prior privilege that the Revolutionary Tribunal now treated as sufficient grounds for treason, regardless of the considerable scientific service Lavoisier had gone on to render the revolutionary state itself, including work directly supporting the war effort's own production of gunpowder. Lavoisier was guillotined in May of 1794 alongside more than 24 of his own former fellow tax farmers, and the mathematician Joseph Louis Lagrange is widely reported to have remarked, in the days that followed, that it had taken the tribunal only an instant to cut off that particular head, and that France might not produce another like it in 100 years, a judgment history has, on the whole, found difficult to argue with, and one more name worth adding honestly to this account's own accounting of what a machine built to defend a nation's future can, in its own worst moments, end up costing that same nation's future instead. It is worth naming, too, a considerably more hopeful piece of cultural legacy this same turbulent period produced, because the Louvre, the former royal palace in the heart of Paris that had sat largely empty since Louis XIV moved his own court to Versailles a century earlier, was opened in August of 1793 at the very height of the crisis that had just produced the Committee of Public Safety as a public museum, the convention judging, even amid war and internal revolt, that the royal art collection built up over centuries by kings the revolution had just finished overthrowing belonged, rightfully, to the whole of the French nation rather than to any single family, a genuinely idealistic act of cultural nationalisation that opened the doors of a former royal palace to ordinary citizens for the first time in its own long history, and that stands today in a considerably more crowded and considerably more visited form as the single most attended museum on the entire planet. A durable and largely uncontroversial piece of this revolution's own legacy that a great many visitors passing through its own halls each year have little occasion to connect back to the specific and considerably bloodier summer in which the museum itself was actually born. It is worth pausing here on the specific and genuinely strange episode of revolutionary de-Christianization that swept through Paris and a great many provincial cities across the autumn and winter of 1793. Because a movement that had begun 2 years earlier with the more measured, more administrative reforms of the civil constitution of the clergy had, by this point in the story, radicalized into an open campaign against Christianity itself. Churches across France closed, converted into temples of reason, or stripped of their own bells and silver to fund the war effort. Priests, whether they had sworn the earlier constitutional oath or not, pressured and in a great many documented cases physically coerced into publicly renouncing their own priesthood, and, in the single most theatrical episode of the whole campaign, the Cathedral of Notre Dame itself rededicated in November as a temple of reason, with an actress dressed to represent the goddess Reason enthroned briefly on its own high altar. Robespierre himself, whose own religious views leaned toward a personal deism considerably more conventional than the militant atheism of the de-Christianization movement's most radical partisans, viewed this same campaign with real and increasing alarm, worried, with some genuine political shrewdness, that an assault on the ordinary religious faith of millions of rural French Catholics risked alienating precisely the popular base the revolution most needed, and in the spring of 1794 pushed through the convention his own alternative, the cult of the Supreme Being, a new civic deism intended to affirm belief in a benevolent divine providence and in the immortality of the soul, while explicitly rejecting Catholic doctrine and Catholic clergy alike. Inaugurated at a vast and genuinely elaborate public festival on the Champ de Mars in June of 1794 that Robespierre himself presided over in person, wearing, by contemporary description, a sky-blue coat specifically chosen for the occasion, a spectacle of state-directed religious theatre that struck a considerable number of his own convention colleagues, watching him process at the head of the ceremony with what several later described as unmistakable personal relish, as an uncomfortably monarchical performance for a republic that had, only 18 months earlier, guillotined its own actual king. It is worth naming briefly that the religious rupture this whole campaign opened would not, in the end, be healed by anything the revolution itself produced, because it would take a formal concordat negotiated between Napoleon Bonaparte's own government and the papacy, signed only in 1801, to finally restore an official and legally recognised place for the Catholic Church within French public life, a full decade after the civil constitution of the clergy first split the nation's own religious loyalties down the middle, a genuinely long and genuinely painful decade during which an entire generation of French children grew up under a state that had, at various points across their own childhood, first reorganised their local church, then closed it, then rededicated it to reason, and only much later, under an emperor rather than under any republic at all, reopened its own doors for good. It is worth naming too the specific economic controls the convention imposed across this same period, because the terror was never only a matter of executions, and the law of the general maximum, passed in September of 1793, fixed legal ceilings on the prices of bread and a wide range of other essential goods across France, an attempt driven substantially by pressure from the Parisian sans-culottes, whose own continued support the Montagnard government depended on absolutely to address the same hunger and the same runaway inflation that had helped topple the monarchy 4 years earlier, a policy that succeeded for a time in stabilising the price of bread in Paris even as it produced, across the wider French economy, exactly the kind of hoarding, black marketeering and rural resistance that price controls imposed by force rather than by market balance have tended to produce in every century this channel has ever described to you, and it is worth naming plainly that this same economic emergency drove the levée en masse, a decree passed in August of 1793 that mobilised, in principle, the entire able-bodied male population of France for the war effort, and directed the whole of the national economy, its metal workers, its textile mills, its very churches stripped of their bells for the bronze, toward the single overriding purpose of arming and feeding a republican army that would, by the following year, swell to something in the range of 700,000 men under arms, the largest single national army Europe had yet seen, a genuinely revolutionary act of total wartime mobilisation that historians of warfare have long identified as one of this whole decade's most consequential and most enduring military innovations, one that a great many of the armies of the following century, France's own included, would go on to imitate in one form or another. It is worth pausing briefly to consider what this same total mobilisation actually achieved on the battlefield, because it is easy, immersed as this story now is in the machinery of the terror at home, to lose sight of the fact that the republic these same institutions were built to defend was, across this same period, actually winning its war. French armies under a new generation of young, rapidly promoted commanders, men like Lazare Hoche and the same freshly promoted Napoleon Bonaparte this account has just introduced you to at Toulon, pushing the invading Austrian and Prussian forces back across the eastern frontier by the autumn of 1793, and reclaiming, by the following spring, virtually all of the territory the coalition's own advancing armies had taken in the war's opening years, a genuine military turnaround that stands, however uncomfortably, alongside the domestic bloodshed of the terror as one and the same government's simultaneous achievement, a reminder worth sitting with honestly, that the specific men directing the machinery of the terror at home were, by their own sincere conviction, doing so in the name of an emergency that was, by the plain evidence of the battlefield, genuinely real even as their own response to it grew, month by month, increasingly disproportionate to any threat that same battlefield success had already begun to diminish. It is worth naming plainly the specific man inside the Committee of Public Safety who deserves the greatest share of credit for that same military turnaround. Because Lazare Carnot, a military engineer by training who sat on the committee throughout nearly the whole of the Terror, and who managed, by most historians' assessment, to remain personally untouched by the factional bloodletting that consumed so many of his own colleagues, organised the levée en masse. This account has already described into an actual functioning war machine, coordinating supply, training, and the promotion of talented young officers with a bureaucratic thoroughness that earned him, from a grateful convention, the enduring title Organiser of Victory, a division of labour worth naming honestly because it shows how completely the committee's own 12 members had split their own considerable responsibilities, Robespierre and Saint-Just presiding chiefly over ideology, surveillance, and the machinery of the Terror itself, Carnot presiding, in near total practical independence, over the war that same Terror claimed to be fighting for. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely decisive battle that finally broke the coalition's own momentum for good, because at Fleurus, in the Austrian Netherlands, on the 26th of June, 1794, only a month before Robespierre's own fall, a French army defeated a considerably larger Austrian force in an engagement made notable, among military historians, for the French army's own use of a tethered observation balloon, the Entreprenant, to track enemy troop movements from the air, believed to be the first sustained military use of aerial reconnaissance in the whole of European warfare, a victory that secured Belgium for France, and that, arriving in the very final days of the Terror's own bloodiest chapter, allowed the Thermidorian government that followed Robespierre's fall to claim, with real, if conveniently timed justification, that the emergency the Terror had been built to answer was, by that point, substantially over, and that the machinery of Terror itself could therefore finally safely be dismantled. A press unbound, and a currency that would not hold its value. It is worth naming too exactly how completely this revolution transformed the world of print in France, because the same National Assembly that abolished censorship in its opening months, enshrining free communication of thought and opinion directly in the Declaration of the Rights of Man, unleashed a genuinely explosive proliferation of newspapers and pamphlets, several hundred distinct titles publishing in Paris alone across the Revolution's first few years, ranging from Marat's own inflammatory Ami du Peuple to Jacques-René Hébert's Père Duchesne, a paper written in the deliberately coarse, profanity-laced voice of a fictional stovemaker meant to speak directly to the sans-culottes in their own idiom, rather than in the polished language of the educated bourgeoisie, to a great many royalist and moderate papers that flourished, in relative safety, only in the Revolution's earliest and most tolerant years before a tightening climate of suspicion made publishing anything short of full-throated revolutionary enthusiasm an increasingly dangerous business. And it is worth naming honestly that this same explosion of cheap, widely circulated print did more than any single orator's speech to carry the Revolution's own internal arguments out of the Convention's own chamber and into workshops, taverns and market stalls across the whole of France, a genuinely new and genuinely mass political culture built in large part on the printing press. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely enduring measurement system this same explosion of rational systematizing zeal produced, because the Convention's own Academy of Sciences, tasked in 1791 with replacing the bewildering patchwork of local weights and measures that had, under the old monarchy, varied so wildly from one province to the next that a bolt of cloth measured honestly in Lyon might come up short by the standards of Marseille, settled on a genuinely audacious solution, defining the metre itself as 1/10,000,000th of the distance from the North Pole to the equator along the meridian passing through Paris. A definition so ambitious that the astronomers assigned to survey that same distance spent the better part of 7 years, much of it during the very worst violence of the terror and the war that surrounded it, dragging surveying equipment across a France that regarded two men with strange brass instruments and suspiciously precise questions about local geography as very possibly foreign spies. One of the surveyors briefly imprisoned on exactly that suspicion before his own credentials could be verified. A genuinely remarkable scientific undertaking, carried out in the middle of a nation tearing itself apart, that gave the world a system of measurement precise and rational enough that it remains, unchanged in its basic logic if refined many times over in its exact definition, the standard by which nearly the entire planet still measures distance today. It is worth naming plainly too exactly what the surviving statistical record shows about the gender of the terror's own victims, because of the roughly 16 to 17,000 people formally executed by the Revolutionary Tribunal and its provincial counterparts. Women made up, by Donald Greer's own careful accounting, something in the range of 9% of the total, a minority in absolute terms but a genuinely striking figure all the same when set against the near-total absence of women from any position of formal political power across the whole of this decade. A mathematics worth sitting with for a moment, that the same revolutionary state which denied women any vote, any seat in the convention, and after 1793 any legal right even to organise a political club of their own, nonetheless found itself entirely capable of trying, convicting, and guillotining women in the thousands the moment it judged them politically dangerous, a willingness to punish that the revolution never once thought to extend into an equal willingness to represent. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely corrosive economic thread running underneath nearly every crisis this account has already described to you tonight, because the assignat, the paper currency the Assembly first issued in 1790, backed by the value of the confiscated church lands this account has already told you about, was printed across the following years in quantities that vastly outstripped even that considerable backing, driving its own value against hard coin down from close to full face value in its earliest years to, by some points in 1795, barely a few % of its own printed worth, a currency collapse that meant a baker or a landlord accepting assignats at their official face value was accepting, in practical terms, a fraction of what the same transaction would once have been worth. A slow and compounding theft that fell as every currency collapse this channel has ever described to you in any century has fallen. Hardest on wage labourers paid in a currency that lost value between the morning it was earned and the evening it was finally spent, and considerably more gently on property owners and speculators with the means to convert their own paper into land, goods, or hard coin before its value slipped any further. One more entry, worth naming honestly alongside the sale of church lands this account has already described, in the specific ledger of who this revolution's own economic upheavals actually punished most, and who, in the end, found some way to come out ahead of it. It is worth naming, briefly, exactly where this same man had come from before this story ever needed to reckon with what he would become, because Maximilien Robespierre was born in the northern town of Arras in 1758, the eldest of 4 children left, by the time he was 7 years old, effectively orphaned when his own mother died in childbirth, and his own father, unable to cope with the loss, abandoned the family entirely, leaving young Maximilien to be raised largely by his own grandparents, and to grow into a serious, studious, almost joylessly disciplined young man who won a scholarship to study law in Paris and returned to Arras to practice as a respected, if unremarkable, provincial lawyer, A man who, in one small and genuinely telling detail his own biographers have long puzzled over, resigned a minor judicial post early in his own legal career specifically because he could not bring himself to sentence a convicted criminal to death, a scruple the same man would abandon so completely within less than a decade that history remembers him today almost entirely for the opposite instinct. Consider Maximilien Robespierre with both hands held open at once, because nearly every account of this whole final and darkest stretch of the revolution eventually has to reckon honestly with the specific character of the man who came, by the spring of 1794, to dominate the Committee of Public Safety more completely than any other single member. In one hand, a genuinely incorruptible provincial lawyer, a nickname, the Incorruptible, that his own contemporaries bestowed on him with real and not entirely ironic respect. A man who lived, throughout his own years of supreme practical power over the fate of France, in a rented room in the modest home of a Parisian carpenter who never personally enriched himself by so much as a single livre, despite holding, for a period, more genuine authority than any French monarch in living memory, and who had, across his own earlier career, argued with real and consistent conviction against the death penalty itself, opposed the rush to war in 1792, with a foresight the following 2 years of bloodshed would only vindicate, and defended, across a great many of his own earlier speeches, precisely the universal rights of man. This account has already described the revolution, proclaiming in 1789 a genuine and, by most careful modern assessments, sincere democrat who believed, with real intellectual coherence, that a virtuous republic required a citizenry educated and, if necessary, compelled towards civic virtue. In the other hand, the same man who came to preside as the dominant voice on the Committee of Public Safety over a legal and administrative machine that sent some 16,000 people to the guillotine across little more than a single year, by the most careful modern counts historians have reconstructed from surviving tribunal records, a toll that does not include the tens of thousands more who died in prison awaiting trial, who were summarily executed without any trial at all in the provinces, or who perished in the Vendée's own separate and even bloodier catastrophe. A man who came to regard dissent within his own revolutionary movement, whether from the more radical Hébertists who pushed for even more aggressive dechristianization and even more extreme economic controls than Robespierre himself favoured, or from the more moderate Dantonists who had begun, by the spring of 1794, arguing openly that the terror had accomplished its own purpose and ought now to be relaxed, as itself a form of counter-revolutionary treason, deserving the same fate reserved for royalists and foreign agents. Robespierre moved against both factions within the space of a single terrible month, sending the Hébertiste leadership to the guillotine in March of 1794, and, only 2 weeks later, sending Georges Danton, his own former friend and one of the most towering and most genuinely popular figures of the whole revolution's opening years, the same man whose own thunderous oratory had helped rally Paris against the invading Prussian army in 1792, to the same scaffold, along with Camille Desmoulins, the same young journalist this account has already introduced you to climbing onto a café table in the Palais Royal in the summer of 1789, executed now, not yet 34 years old, for the crime of having argued, in the pages of a newspaper he had founded specifically to make the case that mercy was itself a revolutionary virtue. Danton, by the most vivid and most widely repeated of the accounts describing his own final moments, told his own executioner to show his severed head to the people of Paris afterward, because it was well worth the trouble, a piece of gallows theatre entirely consistent with the man's own famously outsized personality across the whole of his public life, and it is worth naming plainly that the same revolutionary machine that had, in Danton's own earlier years, made him one of the Terror's own most forceful architects, proved in the end no more capable of sparing its own creator than it had proven capable of sparing anyone else who fell, however briefly, into its own path. It is worth naming, too, the considerably younger man standing at Robespierre's own side through nearly all of this same final year, because Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just, only 26 years old at the time of his own execution, and not yet 25 when he first entered the Convention, had risen, in barely 2 years, from an obscure provincial law graduate with a genuinely scandalous youthful arrest for theft still on his own record, to one of the single most feared and most coldly effective voices on the Committee of Public Safety, a young man whose own icy aphoristic speeches, delivered with a composure contemporaries found genuinely unsettling in someone so young, earned him the nickname the Angel of Death among his own convention colleagues, and who combined, in a single personality, real and demonstrated military competence, dispatched repeatedly to the front as the committee's own representative, and credited with helping steady more than one wavering Republican army at a decisive moment, with an absolute and entirely undoubting commitment to revolutionary purity that made him, by most historians' assessment, an even more relentless advocate for execution without appeal than Robespierre himself, a young man who told the Convention, in a formulation this account passes on to you paraphrased, rather than as any single verified quotation, that a republic could only be built on the complete destruction of everything opposed to it, and who went to the same scaffold as Robespierre on the 10th of Thermidor still, by every surviving account of his own final hours, entirely unrepentant. It is worth pausing honestly on the specific irony sitting at the very centre of this whole devastating sequence, because Danton's own famous and frequently invoked warning offered to a fellow revolutionary shortly before his own arrest, that the revolution, like the ancient god Saturn who devoured his own children, would in the end consume the very men who had given it life, proved, within a matter of weeks, to describe Danton's own fate with an accuracy that reads, from this distance, almost unbearably precise, and it is a warning that would, before this same terrible spring gave way to an even more terrible summer, come to describe Robespierre's own fate as well. A fire that finally turned on the hand that lit it. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly how quickly and how completely the Terror's own machinery accelerated in the weeks immediately following Danton's execution, because the law of 22nd Prairial, passed in June of 1794, only weeks after the cult of the Supreme Being's own elaborate inaugural festival, stripped away nearly every remaining procedural protection the Revolutionary Tribunal had still offered the accused, and the period historians have since named the Great Terror, the 6 or 7 weeks between that law's passage and Robespierre's own fall in late July, produced, on its own, something close to half of all the executions the entire 15-month terror would eventually claim, a killing pace so accelerated that the guillotine itself was relocated, that same summer, away from the Place de la Révolution and out to the eastern edge of the city, because residents near the square's central location had begun complaining, with a specificity later historians have found genuinely chilling to read, that the blood pooling beneath the scaffold each day had grown too thick and too foul-smelling for a neighbourhood that still had to live and trade its own ordinary business around it. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely important way this same accelerating machine began, across these same final weeks, to turn increasingly against members of the Convention itself, because a body of deputies who had, across the preceding year, voted again and again to extend the Committee of Public Safety's own emergency powers, watched, through that same summer, as members of their own ranks, men who had themselves helped send Girondins and Hébétists and Dantonists to the guillotine, began disappearing into the Revolutionary Tribunal's own docket in turn, a pattern that convinced a growing and increasingly desperate number of convention deputies that no one, whatever their own past revolutionary service, could any longer consider themselves safe from a committee that appeared to regard suspicion itself, rather than any specific proven act, as sufficient grounds for the scaffold. Robespierre, for his own part, had grown increasingly isolated even from his own fellow committee members across these same weeks, delivering on the 8th of Thermidor, the 26th of July by the older calendar, a long and genuinely ominous speech to the full convention in which he denounced unnamed conspirators and traitors within the revolutionary government itself, without specifying, despite repeated demands from the floor that he do so, exactly whom he meant, a deliberate ambiguity that left every deputy in the hall wondering, with real and immediate personal terror, whether his own name might be the one Robespierre intended to name the following day. That same uncertainty produced on the 9th of Thermidor, the 27th of July by the older calendar, 1794, one of the single most consequential single days of the entire revolution, because when Robespierre rose to speak again that morning, a coalition of deputies who had concluded overnight that their own survival depended on striking first, drawn from men as different in their own politics as the corrupt and self-interested former terrorist Joseph Fouché, who had reason to fear Robespierre's own newly declared hostility to the excesses of the de-Christianization campaign Fouché himself had helped drive in the provinces, and genuine former allies who had simply concluded that the terror itself had, by this point, become a machine that threatened to consume the entire convention rather than merely its declared enemies, shouted him down before he could complete his own speech, a tactic that succeeded, in the end, only because it denied Robespierre the one weapon, his own considerable rhetorical command of a hostile room that had carried him through every previous crisis of his career. The convention voted that same afternoon to arrest Robespierre along with Saint-Just and several of his own closest remaining allies, and though a brief and genuinely chaotic attempt by the Paris Commune, the city's own radical municipal government, to rescue Robespierre and rally the sans-culottes to his own defence delayed the final reckoning by several hours. That night the popular uprising Robespierre and his own supporters were counting on never fully materialised, a Parisian population that had, across the preceding year, grown exhausted by shortage, by conscription, and by a machinery of denunciation that had touched, by that point, some family or some neighbour in nearly every street of the city, proving considerably less willing to take up arms in the terror's own defence than it had once been willing to take up arms against a king. Robespierre himself was shot in the jaw that same night, either by his own attempted suicide or, by some contemporary accounts, by one of the soldiers sent to arrest him, a wound that left him unable to speak, and that he carried, bleeding and in evident agony, through the following day's proceedings, and he was guillotined, along with Saint-Just and some 20 other close allies, on the 10th of Thermidor, the 28th of July, 1794, before a crowd that a great many contemporary observers described as considerably more openly jubilant than the crowd that had watched Louis die 18 months earlier, a fitting and genuinely bitter final image for the specific fire. This whole story has been tracing from a locksmith's workshop at Versailles to a fortress full of gunpowder, to a scaffold that had by this point claimed a king, a queen, the men who tried the king, the men who tried the queen, and in the end the very architect of the machine that had done all of that trying, a fire that this account told you at its very outset would not stay contained to the room it had first been lit in, and that had now, in the space of 5 terrible years, burned its way all the way back around to consume the hands that had once tended it most carefully of all. It is worth naming, briefly, one final and genuinely fitting piece of this same pattern, because Antoine Quentin Fouquier-Tinville, the public prosecutor whose own office had drafted the indictments that sent Marie Antoinette, the Girondins, Danton, and some 2,500 other Parisians to the Revolutionary Tribunal's own scaffold across the 15 months of his own tenure, survived Robespierre's own fall by more than a year, protesting throughout his own subsequent trial that he'd done nothing more than faithfully execute the laws the Convention itself had passed, a defence that carried real logical force, and that a Thermidorian tribunal, in no genuine mood to examine its own recent complicity too closely, nonetheless rejected outright, sending Fouquier-Tinville himself to the same guillotine he had sent so many others to in May of 1795, the very last of this whole story's own great engines of death, finally and fittingly consumed by the machine it had spent so long operating, a reaction, and a republic that could no longer trust itself. It is worth naming plainly exactly what followed Robespierre's own fall, because the period historians call the Thermidorian reaction, the roughly 15 months between Robespierre's execution and the establishment of a new constitutional government in the autumn of 1795, dismantled the machinery of the terror with a speed that reveals, in its own way, just how much of that machinery's continued operation had depended on the specific fear Robespierre and his own closest allies had generated rather than on any genuinely broad consensus that the terror ought to continue. The Revolutionary Tribunal's own powers were sharply curtailed within weeks, the law of suspects effectively abandoned, the Jacobin Club itself closed by government order that November, and a wave of surviving Girondin deputies expelled from the convention the previous year, restored to their own seats, even as a considerably less disciplined and considerably more vengeful wave of violence, the so-called White Terror, swept through parts of southern France that same year, former Jacobins and former terror officials hunted down and in a great many documented cases murdered by royalist and Catholic gangs seeking a rough and entirely extra-legal revenge for the preceding year's own bloodshed. A reminder, worth naming honestly, that a revolution capable of producing organised state terror was equally capable, once that same state terror's own restraining hand was removed, of producing an unorganised and in some ways even less accountable counter-terror in its place. It is worth naming too the specific and rather strangely theatrical form this same backlash took in the streets of Paris itself, because gangs of fashionable, deliberately foppish young men known as the jeunesse dorée, the gilded youth, many of them draft dodgers and sons of the newly moneyed who had profited from wartime speculation, took to roaming Parisian streets and theatres through the autumn and winter of 1794, armed with lead-weighted clubs, beating suspected former Jacobins in public, and, in a specific and genuinely pointed piece of political theatre, storming the convention's own hall in a mob action that year to demand the removal of Marie's own remains from the Pantheon, a request the convention, only a year after installing his ashes there with full honours, granted, a reversal that closes a strange little circle in this whole story. The same revolutionary temple that had welcomed Mirabeau and then expelled him, that had welcomed Marat and then expelled him too, a monument to great men that this revolution kept furiously redecorating according to whichever political faction happened, in any given season, to be holding the keys. It is worth naming honestly too the specific intellectual irony sitting underneath Robespierre's own justification for the machinery this account has already described in such detail, because Robespierre drew, by his own repeated citation, directly on Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the same philosopher this account named to you at the very start of tonight's telling as one of the Enlightenment's own most influential voices, and specifically on Rousseau's own concept of the general will, the idea that legitimate law expressed not the sum of individual private interests, but a single, unified, collective interest that a virtuous citizenry could, at least in principle, discern and enact together, a concept Rousseau himself had developed as a theory of popular liberty, and that Robespierre repurposed, across his own speeches to the convention, as the philosophical justification for treating any dissent from the committee's own current policy not as ordinary political disagreement, but as a species of treason against the nation's own indivisible collective will, a use of Rousseau's own ideas that a great many scholars of political thought have spent 2 centuries since arguing Rousseau himself, who died a full decade before the Bastille ever fell, and who could not, therefore, offer any opinion of his own on how his own philosophy was eventually applied, would very likely have recoiled from, a caution worth carrying forward into every century this channel visits, that an idea offered in the service of liberty carries no guarantee at all about what a later, more desperate hand might eventually build with it. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely severe economic hardship that gripped Paris across this same period, because the winter of 1794 into 1795, remembered ever since simply as the terrible winter, brought a cold so severe and a bread shortage so acute, worsened considerably by the Thermidorian government's own decision to abandon the Terror-era price controls of the general maximum in the name of restoring a freer market, that Parisian crowds, the same sans-culottes who had once stormed the Bastille and marched a king out of Versailles, rose twice more in the spring of 1795, in the risings the revolutionary calendar named Germinal and Prairial, demanding bread and a return to the constitution of 1793 that the convention had drafted but never actually implemented, uprisings that the convention, no longer willing or able to indulge the kind of direct popular pressure that had shaped so much of this whole revolution's earlier course, suppressed by military force, a genuinely important turning point that marked, as clearly as any single moment in this story, the end of the sans-culottes' own decisive influence over the direction of the revolution they had done so much to drive forward across its first 6 years. The convention, having survived war, regicide, terror, and reaction alike, finally drafted and implemented in the autumn of 1795 a new constitution establishing a 5-member executive directory and a bicameral legislature, a genuinely more cautious and more deliberately balanced structure than any this revolution had yet attempted, explicitly designed by its own exhausted drafters to prevent any single individual or any single faction from ever again accumulating the kind of concentrated power Robespierre's Committee of Public Safety had briefly wielded, and it is worth naming plainly that this same caution, however understandable given everything this story has just described, produced a government that proved, across its own 4 years in power, chronically unstable, plagued by corruption, by continued economic hardship, by a currency that never fully recovered from the assignat's own collapse, and by a persistent structural inability to resolve disputes between its own executive and legislative branches through any means other than periodic coups, purges of newly elected deputies whose own politics the sitting directors found inconvenient, carried out again and again across these same 4 years, with the direct assistance of the one institution the Directory could always rely on when its own civilian authority failed, the army. It is worth naming briefly that the great continental war which had done so much to shape every one of these final domestic upheavals had, by this same point in the story, already stopped being a single unified struggle against a single unified enemy, because the original coalition arrayed against France in 1792 had begun fracturing well before the Directory's own troubles began. Prussia withdrawing from the war entirely at the Peace of Basel in April of 1795, Spain following only months later, each concluding after years of expensive and largely unsuccessful campaigning against a republic that had, against every early expectation, out-mobilized and out-organized every professional army sent against it, that continuing to fight no longer served its own national interest, a piecemeal collapse that left Austria and Britain fighting on essentially alone by the time Bonaparte's own Italian campaign began. A detail worth naming honestly, because it means the young general's own celebrated early victories were won against a coalition already exhausted and already half dissolved, rather than against the full, united strength Europe's old monarchies had first assembled to crush this revolution in its infancy. It was into this same fragile and genuinely exhausted political landscape that Napoleon Bonaparte, the same rapidly rising artillery officer this account has already introduced you to at Toulon, stepped, first in October of 1795, when the Directory's own predecessor government called on him to defend the convention against a royalist uprising in the streets of Paris with the same kind of decisive, concentrated artillery fire he would go on to make his signature for the following 2 decades, and then, across the following 4 years, with a rapidly accumulating series of battlefield triumphs in Italy and a considerably more strategically doubtful expedition to Egypt, until, by the autumn of 1799, a directory that had exhausted nearly every reserve of public confidence it had ever possessed found itself, in a genuinely fitting final irony for a government born from the ashes of Robespierre's own concentrated authority, unable to survive without inviting exactly the kind of concentrated military authority its own founding constitution had been explicitly designed to prevent. On the 9th and 10th of November 1799, the 18th and 19th of Brumaire in the year 8. By the revolutionary calendar, this same government had adopted 5 years earlier, a coup engineered by the Directory's own member Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, and executed in its final and nearly disastrous hour, by force of arms rather than by any genuine legislative consent, dissolved the Directory outright and replaced it with a new consulate, in which this same young general held from the very outset by far the greatest share of executive power, a coup that closed, as decisively and as symbolically as any single event could close it, the 10-year story that had opened on a July morning outside a fortress full of gunpowder, a revolution that had set out to end the arbitrary rule of a single man, and that arrived a decade later at the arbitrary rule of a different single man entirely, a young Corsican who would, within 5 years, have himself crowned emperor in a ceremony held. In a detail, this story leaves you to sit with exactly as uncomfortably as it deserves, in the very cathedral of Notre Dame that a Parisian crowd had, only a decade before, rededicated to the worship of reason itself. Nobody counted, and so nobody knows, not exactly. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly how difficult it remains, even after 2 centuries of careful archival work by historians on every side of this story's own political divides, to say with real precision how many people this whole decade actually killed, because a revolution conducted for long stretches, through local tribunals, summary field executions, and the kind of chaotic mass violence this account has already described at the Bastille, at Versailles, at the Tuileries, and above all in the September massacres and the war in the Vendée, did not leave behind the kind of centralised systematic record-keeping that would let a modern historian simply add up a single column of figures and arrive at a confident total. The best modern estimates, painstakingly reconstructed from surviving tribunal registers, parish burial records and military reports, place the number of people formally executed under the Terror across France, in Paris and in the provinces together, somewhere in the range of 16 to 17,000, a further tens of thousands dead in prison of disease and neglect, while awaiting trial that, in a great many cases, never came, and, dwarfing every one of those already staggering figures, the war in the Vendée, which this account has already named as costing something in the range of 200,000 lives, a toll that very likely exceeds, on its own, every execution the Revolutionary Tribunal ordered across the whole of France combined. Layer onto these figures the several 100,000 French soldiers who died across more than 2 decades of continuous revolutionary and, in time, Napoleonic warfare that this single domestic upheaval helped set in motion. And the honest, unglamorous truth is that nobody, then or now, has ever been able to produce a single reliable figure for the total human cost of this whole story. Only a scattering of careful regional counts that historians continue to this day to argue over, revise, and in a great many cases simply confess they cannot improve upon any further, a genuine and permanent gap in the record that this account is not going to pretend to close for you tonight with a false confidence the surviving evidence simply does not support. It is worth naming, too, exactly whose names survive in that same record and whose do not, because the individuals this whole story has spent its evening naming to you, a king, a queen, a Danton, a Robespierre, a Marat, represent by their own sheer prominence an almost vanishingly small fraction of the people this decade actually killed, and the overwhelming majority of the 16 or 17,000 executed under the Terror were not aristocrats or prominent politicians at all but ordinary people, by the careful accounting of the historian Donald Greer, whose own foundational statistical study of the Terror's own victims remains, to this day, one of the single most cited works on the subject, something in the range of 85% commoners, clergy, and members of the Third Estate rather than nobility, arrested for offences that range from genuine and active counter-revolutionary conspiracy down to a single careless remark overheard by a suspicious neighbour, a hoarded sack of grain, a refusal to sell bread at the price the maximum demanded, a letter written to a relative who had emigrated years before and never returned. Deaths that left behind, in the overwhelming majority of cases, no memoir, no portrait, no marker beyond a single line in a tribunal register that a great many descendants of the people it names have never had the chance to read, because the record itself, scattered across departmental archives in provincial towns across the whole of France, remains even now only partially catalogued. A ledger that never quite balanced the way it promised to. It is worth naming, plainly and without softening it, exactly who actually profited from this revolution's own considerable upheaval, and exactly who did not, because the popular memory of 1789 has, across 2 centuries of retelling, tended to flatten a genuinely complicated distribution of gains and losses into a simple story of a downtrodden common people rising against a parasitic aristocracy, a story that captures something real, but that leaves out a great deal this account owes you honestly. The single largest and most durable material transfer this revolution actually produced was the confiscation and sale, beginning in 1790, of church lands, land that had, under the old order, amounted to something in the range of 1/10 of the entire territory of France, seized by the state and sold off over the following several years in parcels large enough that the great majority of ordinary landless or land-poor peasants, lacking the capital to bid competitively at auction, found themselves largely priced out of the very land redistribution their own revolution had made possible, a redistribution that flowed overwhelmingly into the hands of the already propertied bourgeoisie and the wealthier segment of the peasantry who already owned enough land to serve as collateral for the purchase of more, a group of buyers historians have come to call collectively the biens nationaux purchasers, whose own considerable and durable enrichment across this single decade represents, in plain material terms, the revolution's own most significant and most lasting redistribution of wealth, even as the poorest and most numerous class this revolution had claimed to speak for, the landless rural labourer and the urban wage worker alike, emerge from 10 years of upheaval with considerably less in the way of durable material gain than the specific class of already comfortable property owners who had led the revolution's own political leadership from its very first sessions at Versailles. It is worth naming too exactly what happened to the specific promise this revolution made to its own women, because the opening years of this story, this account owes you honestly, produced a genuine and in several respects historically unprecedented expansion of women's public political life. Market women marching on Versailles and forcing a king's own hand, women's political clubs forming in Paris and in provincial towns alike, women attending, and in a great many documented instances loudly participating in, the debates of the convention itself from the public galleries, a level of direct female political engagement that had no real precedent in the preceding history of the French monarchy. And it is worth naming just as plainly exactly how completely that same participation was rolled back, and by whom, because it was the Montagnard-dominated convention. At the very height of the terror it was simultaneously conducting in the name of universal liberty, that voted in October of 1793 to ban women's political clubs and societies outright, a decision provoked in substantial part by an ugly and increasingly violent public feud between the radical women's society of revolutionary Republican women and market women in the Paris food markets over the wearing of the revolutionary cockade, a feud the convention resolved not by defending women's own right to organise politically at all, but by deciding, in the words of the deputy who introduced the measure, that women were, by their own natural constitution, unsuited to the elevated meditation that serious political questions actually required, a judgment offered by an assembly that had, only months before, guillotined Olympe de Gouges for daring to publish precisely the argument that this same assembly's own decision now so plainly refuted, and a judgment that would keep French women formally excluded from the vote for another 151 years, until 1944, a gap this account asks you to sit with for a moment, because it means that a revolution which proclaimed, in 1789, that men were born and remained free and equal in rights, delivered that same promise to French women only after 2 further world wars, a considerably longer and considerably more painful road than the Declaration's own soaring opening lines ever suggested it would be. It is worth naming plainly too a parallel revolution this whole story owes you honest attention to, because the same Declaration of the Rights of Man that inspired lawyers and deputies in Paris also reached, within months of its own proclamation, the French Caribbean colony of Saint-Domingue, the single wealthiest colonial possession in the entire world at the time, its own staggering profitability built entirely on the forced labour of some 500,000 enslaved Africans working the colony's sugar and coffee plantations under conditions of a brutality that a great many contemporary French observers, even those who profited most directly from the arrangement, privately acknowledged as genuinely horrifying. In August of 1791, only weeks after Louis's own failed flight to Varennes, had shaken confidence in the French monarchy to its core. The enslaved population of Saint-Domingue rose in a massive and remarkably well-organised revolt, the opening act of what would become, over the following 13 years, the only successful large-scale slave uprising in recorded history to result in the founding of an independent nation, and it is worth naming plainly that the National Convention in Paris in February of 1794, at the very height of the domestic terror, this account has already described in considerable detail, did in fact vote to abolish slavery throughout the entire French colonial empire, a genuinely radical and, for its own moment, genuinely unprecedented act among the great colonial powers of that same era. And it is worth naming just as honestly that this same abolition, whatever its own sincere revolutionary conviction, was reversed only 8 years later, in 1802, by the very general whose own rise to power this account has just finished describing, Napoleon Bonaparte restoring slavery in France's remaining Caribbean colonies, and dispatching an army to Saint-Domingue specifically to crush the revolution and re-enslave its own population, an army that failed, catastrophically, against a combination of yellow fever and the fierce disciplined resistance of an army led by former slaves, a failure that produced in 1804 the independent nation of Haiti, the Second Republic in the Western Hemisphere, and the first nation in the whole of recorded history founded through a successful uprising of enslaved people against their own enslavers, an entire second revolution, born directly out of the first, that a great many popular tellings of 1789 leave out of the story entirely, and that this channel does not intend to leave out of yours. Consider Mirabeau and Lafayette with both hands held open at once, because the two men who, more than any others, gave this revolution its own earliest public face deserve a fairer accounting than either has always received. In one hand, the Comte de Mirabeau, a nobleman of genuinely disreputable personal history, imprisoned more than once in his own younger years for debt and for scandal, who nonetheless emerged, once elected to the Estates General as a Third Estate delegate, as the single most commanding orator the National Assembly's own opening years produced, the man whose own defiant words to the King's Master of Ceremonies this account has already described to you, a genuine believer, by the private correspondence he left behind, in a constitutional monarchy that might reconcile popular sovereignty with a strong and stable royal executive, a vision that, had it succeeded, might plausibly have spared France a very considerable portion of the bloodshed still to come in this story. In the other hand, the same Mirabeau who was, throughout the final 2 years of his own life, secretly in the pay of the royal court he publicly criticised, accepting substantial sums of money from Louis and Marie Antoinette in exchange for private political advice on how the crown might best manage the very assembly he sat in, a betrayal of his own public role that only became known to the wider public after his own death, from natural causes in April of 1791, when the discovery of his own secret correspondence in the same iron safe that would later help condemn the king himself retroactively destroyed the towering reputation Mirabeau had spent 2 years building, and led the convention, in a further and genuinely striking reversal, to have his own remains removed from the Pantheon, the new revolutionary temple built to honour the nation's own great men, where his body had originally been laid with enormous public ceremony. And consider Lafayette, the young nobleman who had fought for American liberty alongside Washington, who helped draft the Declaration of the Rights of Man with Thomas Jefferson's own direct assistance, and who commanded, for the Revolution's own crucial opening years, the National Guard that this account has already shown you both saving the royal family from a Versailles mob and firing on the Champ de Mars into a crowd of his own former revolutionary allies, a man whose own consistent and genuinely principled commitment to a moderate, constitutional rule of law revolution made him, by 1792, too radical for the royalists who despised him, and too conservative for the increasingly republican crowd that had once cheered his own name, a position that left him, in the end, fleeing France entirely in August of that same year, rather than face arrest by the Convention, only to be captured almost immediately by Austrian forces and held as a political prisoner for 5 long years in a series of Central European fortresses. A man whose own revolution had, in the space of 3 short years, gone from celebrating him as its own most heroic founding figure to producing, on the battlefield of nations he had once helped humble, an enemy willing to imprison him precisely because both sides of the conflict he had tried so hard to hold together no longer had any use at all for a man who still believed sincerely in the middle ground the revolution itself had, by then, entirely burned away. Ordinary voices carried down to us by accident more than by design. It is worth naming plainly that the great mass of people who actually lived through this whole decade left behind, for the most part, no memoir and no portrait at all, and that the scattered handful of ordinary voices that do survive reach us largely by accident, a letter kept by a descendant, a diary that happened not to be burned, a name that happened to appear in a police report rather than simply vanishing, unrecorded, into the general catastrophe, and this account owes you at least a few of those names before it moves any further into reflection, because a revolution told only through the lives of kings and orators is not, in any honest sense, the revolution the overwhelming majority of France actually lived through. There is Nicolas Rouault, a Parisian bookseller whose own private letters to his brother, written across nearly the whole span of this revolution, and preserved, remarkably, in full, describe the 14th of July not as history already knew it was becoming, but as a frightening, confusing day of gunfire and uncertain rumour experienced by a shopkeeper who had no idea, writing that same evening, whether the events unfolding a few streets from his own door represented a passing riot or the birth of an entirely new age, a document whose own value lies precisely in its lack of hindsight, a man describing history as it is actually lived, which is to say, without yet knowing what it is. There is Renée Bordereau, a peasant woman from the Vendée who, after Republican soldiers killed her own father during the Region's uprising, disguised herself as a man and fought for 4 years in the royalist Vendéan forces under the name Langevin, wounded multiple times, captured and imprisoned more than once, and who survived to write, decades later, a memoir of her own service that remains one of the very few first-person accounts of the Vendée's own war left behind by any of the ordinary people rather than the generals who actually fought it. There is a woman named Théroigne de Méricourt, a singer of modest provincial origins who became, in the Revolution's own opening years, one of its most visible female public speakers, present at the storming of the Bastille and a passionate advocate for women's political and even military participation, proposing, at one point, the formation of armed women's legions to defend the revolution, and who was, in 1793, publicly stripped and whipped in the street by a mob of the same radical women activists she had once marched alongside over a political dispute. This account will not pretend was ever fully or fairly recorded, a humiliation from which by every surviving account she never recovered, spending the final 2 decades of her own life confined in a state of severe and lasting mental collapse to institutional care, a woman the revolution first celebrated and then, in the space of a single afternoon, destroyed. There is too the considerably more ordinary and considerably less documented figure this account can only sketch in outline rather than in the kind of specific name detail the sources above allow, a Parisian sans-culotte artisan, a joiner or a locksmith or a printer's apprentice, one of the tens of thousands of working men whose own names appear, if they appear anywhere in the surviving record at all, only in the muster rolls of a National Guard section, or the attendance registers of a local revolutionary committee, men who marched to the Bastille and to Versailles and to the Tuileries, not because any philosopher's pamphlet had converted them to an abstract theory of natural rights, but because the price of a loaf of bread had, across the span of a single terrible winter, consumed the whole of what a day's honest labour could earn them, and it is worth naming plainly that this same ordinary hunger, considerably more than Rousseau or Voltaire, is the single force that this account has watched, again and again across this whole telling, actually move a crowd of thousands of people from their own homes into the streets, and, on at least 3 separate and genuinely decisive occasions across this single decade, reshape the fate of an entire nation. It is worth pausing too on the plain physical texture of what it would actually have felt like to live through the specific stretch of this story. History remembers simply as the terror, because it is easy, reciting tribunal statistics and factional manoeuvring, to lose the smaller, more immediate reality underneath them. It would have meant learning, in a Paris of the summer of 1794, to walk past the Place de la Révolution by a different route if you could manage it, because the daily processions of tumbrels carrying the condemned from the conciergerie to the scaffold had become, by that point, so routine a feature of the city's own daily rhythm that residents along the route had begun, by multiple contemporary accounts, to complain less about the killing itself than about the disruption to ordinary foot traffic and market deliveries. A numbness this account finds more genuinely disturbing in its own quiet way than any single act of violence it has already described to you tonight. It would have meant a particular and specific fear attached to ordinary conversation itself, a caution about which neighbour might report an offhand remark to the local revolutionary committee, a hesitation before writing even the most innocuous letter that might, months later, be read aloud as evidence before a tribunal that had, under the law of 22nd Prairial, no real mechanism left for distinguishing a careless word from a genuine conspiracy. It would have meant the specific and considerably more mundane hardship of an economy running almost entirely on a currency, the assignat, that lost value week by week, so that a family might find the same banknote worth meaningfully less by the time they reached the market than it had been worth when they left the house that same morning. A slow financial erosion that fell, as it always falls, hardest on those with the least cushion to absorb it. It would have meant, too, for the family of any one of the several 100,000 men swept up in the levée en masse, a specific and genuinely constant undercurrent of dread threading through even the most ordinary days, a household listening for news from the front carried, weeks late and often garbled by whatever traveller or official courier happened to pass through a given village, a wife or a mother learning of a son's death, if she learned of it at all in any timely way, not through any formal notification. The overstretched Republican bureaucracy rarely had the capacity to send, but through the slow, informal, unreliable grapevine of returning soldiers and second-hand rumour, a private grief carried in an enormous number of ordinary French households across this same decade, largely alone. And it would have meant, too, exactly as it meant in every siege and every catastrophe this channel has ever carried you through before, the strange and genuinely human persistence of ordinary life continuing directly alongside all of it. Weddings still held, plays still performed in the city's own theatres, even at the height of the terror. Children still taught their letters, because a population living through a revolution does not actually stop living in the ordinary sense between one crisis and the next. It simply learns, out of a necessity nobody chooses, to carry on inside the gaps. It is worth naming, too, exactly how unevenly this whole decade of upheaval actually reached different corners of France, because it is easy, listening to a story built so heavily around the drama of Paris, to imagine a nation experiencing 1789 through 1799 as a single, uniform and continuously dramatic event, when the lived reality, for a great many French provincial towns well removed from the convention's own Paris headlines, was considerably more uneven. Months of relative ordinary quiet the harvest brought in, the market held, a local priest still saying mass however cautiously, punctuated by sudden and disorienting arrivals of news, a courier bringing word that the king had been executed, that war had been declared, that a neighbouring town's own revolutionary committee had just arrested the parish priest, news that a distant province like Brittany or the Franche-Comté might receive weeks after Paris itself already knew it, so that a peasant family in a remote village could find itself, in the space of a single autumn, still governed in practice by the same local customs and the same local priest that had governed their grandparents, even as their own nominal government in Paris had, months earlier, and entirely without their own direct knowledge, already executed a king, declared a republic and begun guillotining its own former leaders in turn. A genuinely important reminder that the revolution this whole story has narrated to you as a single continuous drama actually arrived for the majority of France's own rural population as a series of disconnected shocks separated by long stretches of a considerably more ordinary and considerably more locally governed daily life than the pace of tonight's own telling might otherwise suggest. It is worth naming honestly, too, that this same unevenness cuts in the opposite direction as well, because for the specific towns and regions this account has already shown, you caught directly in the path of the Vendée Civil War, or besieged during the Federalist revolts at Lyon and Toulon, or occupied and requisitioned by the passing armies of either side along France's own eastern frontier, the revolution was never experienced as a distant rumour arriving weeks late at all, but as an immediate, sustained, and often lethal daily reality, a genuinely stark divide between the France that read about the terror in a gazette that reached the village 3 weeks after the fact, and the France that watched the tumbrils pass or buried its own dead after an infernal column had finished with a neighbouring parish. Two very different revolutions, in a sense, happening at once inside the same single decade and the same single nation, and this account has tried, across the whole of tonight's telling, to make sure you heard from both of them, rather than only from the one whose own drama happened to unfold within easy walking distance of the convention's own meeting hall. A great many warnings offered and set quietly aside. It is worth naming honestly exactly how many specific and specific enough warnings the old monarchy actually received across the 2 full decades before 1789, that its own financial and social arrangements could not indefinitely continue, because this was never, whatever the shock of the Bastille's fall might have suggested to observers watching from outside France, a catastrophe that arrived without any advance notice at all. Turgot, the reforming finance minister this count has already introduced you to, warned Louis directly, in the opening years of his own reign, that the crown's finances stood on the edge of genuine collapse, and proposed a programme of tax reform, free trade in grain, and the abolition of the corvée specifically intended to head off exactly the kind of crisis this whole story has just spent its evening describing, reforms the court nobility, alarmed at the prospect of losing their own privileges, successfully pressured Louis into abandoning within 2 years, dismissing Turgot from office in 1776 with the crisis he had tried to prevent still fully intact and now considerably closer at hand. Necker, Turgot's own eventual successor, published, in 1781, an unprecedented public accounting of the royal finances, a document that shocked the wider French public by revealing, for the first time, just how precarious the Crown's own fiscal position genuinely was, and Necker's own repeated warnings across the following years that reform delayed would only arrive later, under considerably worse and considerably less controllable circumstances, proved, in the end, to be very nearly exact, down to the specific mechanism, a forced calling of the Estates General, by which that same delayed reckoning finally arrived. And it is worth naming, too, that a great many of the delegates who compiled the Cahiers de Doléances this account has already described to you were not, in the spring of 1789, radicals demanding revolution at all, but ordinary loyal subjects offering their own king a genuinely earnest and genuinely detailed list of grievances in the sincere hope, expressed again and again across those same tens of thousands of documents, that a monarch who finally understood the true scale of his own kingdom's distress might yet reform it from within, a hope this whole story has already shown you was not, in the end, rewarded with the kind of decisive royal leadership it had been offered in good faith to receive. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific question of why this revolution, inspired so directly by an American war that had produced its own new republic only a few years earlier without any comparable domestic terror, followed so considerably darker a path, because the difference, on close examination, has less to do with any inherent quality of the French national character than with the specific institutional starting points each revolution actually began from. The American colonies that declared independence in 1776 already possessed, in their own individual colonial legislatures, generations of genuine practical experience in self-government, elected assemblies that had spent decades actually passing laws, raising taxes, and managing local affairs long before any formal break with Britain occurred, so that American independence largely meant continuing an already functioning system of representative government with a different, more distant authority now removed from the top of it. France in 1789 possessed nothing remotely comparable, and a States General that had not met in 175 years, no tradition of provincial self-government beyond the old Parlement's own narrow and largely obstructive legal role, and a population of 28 million people asked, essentially overnight, to invent, from first principles and under the immediate pressure of bankruptcy, famine, and eventually war, an entirely new system of representative government that no living Frenchman had any direct personal experience of actually operating. A structural disadvantage this account believes explains a very great deal of the chaos and violence that followed, considerably more than any comparison of national temperament ever could. It is worth pausing honestly on the specific and genuinely human question of how much of what followed might actually have gone differently, because it is tempting, looking backward across 2.5 centuries at a story that ended in a guillotine and an emperor, to treat the whole sequence as though it had been inevitable from its very first tremor, and this account does not believe that temptation deserves to go unexamined. Had Louis possessed even a fraction more of the decisiveness his own grandfather's grandfather, the Sun King, had wielded so completely a century before, had he committed fully to Turgot's reforms in 1776 rather than abandoning them within 2 years, had he accepted, with genuine and visible sincerity rather than the private reservation his own later flight to Varennes would expose, the constitutional monarchy the National Assembly offered him in 1791, it is entirely possible to imagine a France that settled, as Britain itself had settled a full century earlier, into a stable and gradually liberalising constitutional monarchy without ever passing through a terror or a regicide at all. Had the war with Austria never been declared, or had it gone somewhat better for France in its opening disastrous months, rather than driving Paris into the specific panic that produced the September massacres, it is possible to imagine a revolution that concluded its work with the Constitution of 1791 still standing. And yet it is worth naming honestly that a great many of the specific individual choices that pushed this story toward its own darkest chapters were made. At the time, each was made by people who believed, with real and often demonstrable sincerity, that they were choosing the more reasonable and more necessary path available to them, a frightened assembly voting for war rather than risk being outflanked by even more radical rivals, a committee of public safety extending emergency powers rather than risk the counter-revolution its own intelligence reports insisted was still gathering strength, a convention voting, again and again, to trust its own terror-era leadership a little longer, rather than risk the chaos an open break might unleash, an accumulation of individually defensible decisions, each one made under genuine and often existential pressure, that produced, taken together across a single decade, an outcome that no single person standing at any one of those decision points had actually set out from the beginning to build, a machine built with real sincerity to be merciful. It is worth naming plainly the specific object this whole story keeps circling back to without ever yet pausing to properly explain, because the guillotine, the device whose own name has become, in the 2.5 centuries since, virtually synonymous with this revolution itself, was not, in the intention of the men who introduced it, a symbol of terror at all, but rather a genuinely earnest attempt at reform. Dr. Joseph Ignace Guillotin, a physician and assembly deputy for whom the device would come, against his own repeated and increasingly desperate protests to be named, proposed the machine in 1789 not because he wished to see more people executed, but because he wished to see the ones who were executed die more equally and more mercifully than the old order's own methods had allowed, because under the monarchy, the manner of a criminal's execution had depended, with real and often gruesome consequence, on the condemned person's own social rank. A nobleman granted the comparative dignity of beheading by sword, a commoner hanged, and the very worst offenders broken alive on a wheel or burned. A hierarchy of suffering built directly into the machinery of royal justice itself, and Guillotin's own proposal, developed with the direct technical assistance of the royal executioner Charles-Henri Sanson and a German engineer named Tobias Schmidt, offered instead a single, swift, mechanically consistent death, applied equally to the condemned regardless of birth. A piece of Enlightenment egalitarianism translated, quite literally, into steel and timber, intended, in Guillotin's own stated words to the Assembly, to spare the condemned the specific horror of a botched or prolonged execution at an amateur executioner's own uncertain hand. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly how completely this same well-intentioned reform was transformed across the following 5 years into the opposite of everything Guillotin had hoped for it, because a machine designed to make death more humane and more equal became, under the terror's own accelerating machinery, an instrument capable of executing a dozen or more people in the space of a single morning, a mechanized, almost industrial capacity for killing that no earlier method of execution could have matched. And it is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely strange cultural life this same machine acquired in the popular imagination even while the terror was still underway. Miniature guillotines sold as children's toys and dinner party novelties, a specific slang, having one's head put in the national window or being sneezed into the sack, that grew up around the device with a gallows humour that a great many contemporary observers, foreign visitors especially, found genuinely disturbing. And Dr. Guillotin himself, who spent the final decades of his own life petitioning, without success, to have his own name formally disassociated from the device, a request the French government never granted, dying in 1814 still known, against his own explicit and repeated wish, as the namesake of the single most efficient killing machine his own century had produced, a vocabulary remade to match a world remade. It is worth naming, too, exactly how thoroughly this revolution attempted to reshape not merely France's laws and its government, but the very language its citizens used to address one another, because the formal hierarchical views that French speakers had traditionally reserved for social superiors gave way, across the Revolution's own more radical middle years, to a citoyen, citizen, and a universal tu, a familiar you, that revolutionary committees actively encouraged, and in some documented instances effectively required, a linguistic levelling intended to make the plain grammar of everyday speech itself carry the revolution's own core claim that no French man or woman any longer owed another any inherited deference by birth alone. Monsieur and Madame, titles the old order had freighted with centuries of implied social rank, gave way, in official correspondence and increasingly in ordinary conversation, to citoyen and citoyenne, and the calendar this account has already introduced you to, its months renamed for the weather and the harvest rather than for Roman gods and Christian saints, its 7-day week replaced by a 10-day decade, intended to weaken the Church's own grip on the rhythm of ordinary time by eliminating the Sunday it had organised itself around for over a millennium, represented taken together with the new system of decimal weights and measures the convention adopted that same period, the metric system that would, over the following 2 centuries, spread to become the standard of measurement across virtually the entire world, a genuinely sweeping attempt to remake the whole texture of daily French life, from the words a citizen used to greet a neighbour, to the very calendar that told him what day it was, in the image of a revolution that believed with real and often touching sincerity that reason, applied consistently enough, could rebuild a civilization from its very foundations upward. It is worth naming, too, the revolutionary festivals that punctuated this whole decade, because a movement that had, by 1793 and 94, dismantled so much of the old Catholic ritual calendar that had structured French communal life for centuries needed its own leadership increasingly recognised, some replacement for the processions and feast days it had swept away, and the convention accordingly staged, across these same years, an elaborate sequence of state-choreographed civic festivals, the Festival of the Supreme Being. This account has already described to you a festival of unity and indivisibility, marking the anniversary of the monarchy's fall, festivals honouring reason, liberty, and agriculture in turn, each designed by a small group of revolutionary artists and pageant masters, chief among them the painter Jacques-Louis David, whose own brush would go on to memorialise Marat's own assassination in a painting that remains to this day one of the single most recognisable images this whole revolution ever produced. To give the new republic a shared ritual and emotional life to stand in the place of the church calendar it had displaced, an ambition that succeeded for a time in producing genuine and by most contemporary accounts real popular enthusiasm, and that reveals, in its own way, just how completely this revolution had come to understand itself not merely as a change of government, but as the deliberate construction of an entirely new civilization, built, this account has to note honestly, on a foundation that would not, in the end, prove nearly as durable as its own architects had hoped. How this account actually knows any of what it has told you tonight. It is worth pausing now to explain plainly where a story with this much specific human detail, a bookseller's private letters, a queen mending her own stockings in a bare cell, a doctor petitioning in vain to have his own name removed from a killing machine, actually comes from, because the honest answer, as with every story this channel brings you, is a scattered and unevenly preserved archive assembled by people each carrying their own specific loyalties and their own specific blind spots, rather than any single neutral account written from nowhere in particular. A very great deal of what modern historians know about the everyday texture of Parisian life across this entire decade comes from Louis-Sébastien Mercier, a writer whose own multi-volume Tableau de Paris, begun before the Revolution and continued through it, recorded the city's own streets, markets, and popular moods, with a novelist's eye for concrete detail that official government records rarely bothered to preserve, a source of enormous value, precisely because Mercier wrote as an engaged and sympathetic observer of ordinary Parisian life, rather than as a partisan of any single revolutionary faction, though even Mercier's own considerable sympathies for the Revolution's early, more moderate phase colour his own later, more disillusioned descriptions of the terror in ways a careful modern reader has to weigh. For the specific texture of the countryside's own experience of these same years, this account and a great many modern historians draw on the travel writings of Arthur Young, an English agricultural reformer who happened to be touring rural France in the years immediately before and during the Revolution's opening upheavals, and whose own detailed first-hand descriptions of peasant hunger, feudal burden, and the specific atmosphere of the Great Fear provide a foreign and, in several respects, a genuinely more dispassionate outside perspective than most French sources of the same period could offer, though Young's own considerable prejudices as an English Protestant gentleman touring a Catholic, and in his own view, backward peasant society deserved to be weighed carefully against the real value of his own direct observation. For the terror itself, historians rely heavily on the surviving prison memoirs of those who wrote in the shadow of their own coming execution, Madame Roland's own memoirs, composed in her prison cell in the weeks before her death, and smuggled out for later publication, offering a genuinely vivid first-hand account of the Girondin faction's own final months, though a memoir written by a condemned partisan defending her own political record deserves, as any memoir composed by someone with a legacy still actively at stake naturally does, to be read with a clear understanding of whose reputation its own author was most invested in protecting. And for the institutional machinery of the terror itself, this account draws on the surviving minutes and correspondence of the Committee of Public Safety and the Revolutionary Tribunal, records that, precisely because they were compiled by the very bureaucracy administering the terror, rather than by any outside or sympathetic observer, offer a coldly procedural window into a killing machine's own day-to-day operation that later memoirs, however vivid, cannot fully replace. A story 2 centuries of France could never quite agree on how to tell. It is worth naming, honestly, that the disagreement over what this whole decade actually meant did not end when the fighting and the executions finally stopped, because France itself would spend the following century and more fighting, sometimes literally and sometimes only in its own classrooms and newspapers, over how this same story ought to be told, and which of its own lessons a nation should actually carry forward. A royalist and Catholic counter-revolutionary tradition, articulated most influentially in the years immediately following the revolution by writers like Joseph de Maistre, treated the entire decade as a catastrophic and almost demonically inspired rupture with a divinely ordained social order, a reading that would go on to inform the restored Bourbon monarchy briefly returned to the French throne after Napoleon's own final defeat in 1815, and that survives, in attenuated form, in a strand of French conservative and Catholic thought that persists to this day, a republican tradition, by sharp contrast, dominant across most of France's own official commemoration since the establishment of the Third Republic in the 1870s, which formally adopted the 14th of July as France's national holiday in 1880 and enshrined liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, fraternity, a slogan that emerged only gradually across the revolutionary decade itself, rather than arriving fully formed from any single pen, as the enduring national motto still printed today on French coins, government buildings and official documents, has told this same story as the necessary and ultimately triumphant birth of French democracy, a reading that tends, in its more celebratory popular forms, to linger considerably more on the Bastille and the declaration of the rights of man than on the Vendée or the Terror. This account has spent so much of tonight describing to you in full, and it is worth naming too a third tradition, considerably more focused on the specific fate of the poorest and least property French men and women this whole story has followed, that would go on across the following century to read the Revolution's own unfinished business, the way the sale of church lands enriched an already comfortable bourgeoisie, rather than the landless poor this account has already described to you, the way the convention silenced its own women activists at the very height of its own proclaimed universal liberty, as evidence that 1789 had toppled one ruling class only to install another in its place, a reading that would go on to shape directly the political vocabulary of the socialist and later Marxist movements that spread across Europe through the following century, movements whose own leaders looked back at the sans-culottes, at the Jacobin Club's own popular base, and at the economic controls of the General Maximum, as an unfinished and genuinely admirable first attempt at the kind of thoroughgoing social equality that 1789's own bourgeois leadership had, in this same reading, never truly intended to deliver. It is worth naming, honestly, that this account has tried, across the whole of tonight's telling, to hold pieces of all three of these competing traditions in view at once, rather than collapsing the story into any single one of them. Because a revolution this large and this genuinely contradictory, one that abolished feudal privilege and then denied the vote to women, that proclaimed universal rights and then guillotined the woman who asked it to mean what it said, that freed the enslaved of Saint-Domingue and then, within a decade saw slavery restored by the very general its own chaos had produced, does not actually reduce. However satisfying any one single interpretive frame might feel, to a story with only one lesson at the bottom of it. A fire this whole story asked you to watch from the very first spark. It is worth returning now to the image this count offered you at its very outset, a fire lit, with real and often generous intention, to burn away an old and unjust house, because it is worth tracing, plainly and in full, exactly how completely that same image held across the whole of the 10 years this telling has just walked you through. It was lit, this account told you at the start, to give light in a dark and unequal house, an Estates General summoned in genuine hope of reform, a Bastille stormed for gunpowder rather than glory, an august night of renunciation in which nobles and clergy alike, by real and by most accounts genuinely surprised themselves, chose to burn away centuries of their own inherited privilege in a single sitting. It spread, as this account also warned you at the outset, that fire, once properly lit, has an uncomfortable habit of doing, beyond the single room it had first been kindled in, a countryside ablaze with its own great fear, a king's own flight to Varennes that turned suspicion into open flame, a war declared that fed the fire fresh fuel from across every border of France at once. And it burned, in the end, exactly as this account promised you it would, back around to consume the very hands that had tended it most carefully. A Danton who had once fed the fire with his own thunderous oratory against the invading Prussians, reduced to ash by the same machine he had helped build. A Robespierre who presided in his own sky-blue coat over a festival meant to give this new republic a controlled and reasonable flame to warm itself by, dragged to the same scaffold within a matter of weeks, and a whole exhausted nation that finally smothered what remained of that fire in the autumn of 1799, not by restoring the old order it had once burned, but by handing itself over out of sheer weariness to a single ambitious man who understood, better than anyone else watching that same dying fire, exactly how to gather its last embers into a furnace of his own. Let us walk back, once more and briefly, through the whole shape of what this long night has actually told you, because a story carried across this many hours deserves, before it closes, one clear look back at its own complete outline. It began with a kingdom divided by law into 3 unequal estates, a treasury exhausted by war and by aristocratic privilege it could never quite tax, and a countryside starving through a winter that arrived at the worst possible moment a starving countryside could arrive. It moved through an Estates General that reinvented itself as a National Assembly, a tennis court oath, a Bastille stormed for its own gunpowder, and remembered ever since for so very much more than that. It moved through a great fear that burned the paper chains of feudalism before any assembly had formally struck them down, an August night of genuine renunciation and a declaration of rights that promised the world to men and delivered for the moment considerably less than that to everyone else. It moved through a queen's own bedchamber stormed by market women demanding bread, a king's own disastrous flight toward a border he never reached, a war declared in hope and answered in humiliation, and a palace stormed a second and final time that ended, in a single August afternoon, 800 years of one family's own claim to rule by birth alone. It moved through a trial, a scaffold, a queen who followed her own husband to the same blade 9 months later, and a terror that killed, by the most careful accounting historians have ever managed to produce, some 16 or 17,000 people by formal sentence, and untold tens of thousands more by war, by neglect, and by a civil war in the Vendée that this account has told you, honestly, may have cost more lives on its own than every guillotine in France combined. And it moved, at the very last, through a Thermidorian summer that finally turned the blade on the men who had wielded it most completely. a directory too exhausted and too compromised to govern on its own terms, and a young general who understood, watching all of it, exactly what a nation this thoroughly worn down by a full decade of its own revolution would eventually settle for, in exchange for nothing more than the simple promise that the fire at last might finally be allowed to go out. It is worth naming gently, before this whole long story finally closes, exactly what a nation carries forward once a fire of this size has finally burned itself out, because France that emerged from these 10 years, whatever emperor it would go on to crown only 5 years later, never actually returned to the kingdom it had been in the spring of 1789. The tricolour cockade that Louis pinned to his own hat outside the Hôtel de Ville still flies today over French public buildings. The Declaration of the Rights of Man still opens the preamble of the modern French Constitution. The metric system this revolution devised to replace a chaos of local weights and measures now governs the daily commerce of nearly every nation on this earth. And the plain and radical idea that a people might, in fact, legitimately renounce a government that had failed them and build a new one in its place, an idea that felt on the morning Jean-Baptiste Humbert walked toward a gunpowder magazine he did not yet know history would remember, like nothing more than one desperate neighbourhood's own desperate gamble, now sits, however imperfectly honoured in practice across the world that inherited it, at the foundation of very nearly every modern claim to legitimate government still standing anywhere on earth. It is worth naming, too, a handful of considerably smaller and considerably more everyday traces this same decade left behind, because the very words a modern reader reaches for to describe political disagreement, left and right, trace their own origin directly to the seating arrangement of the Legislative Assembly. This account has already described to you delegates sympathetic to the king and to a more conservative course seated by simple accident of where the chairs happen to be, to the presiding officer's own right and the more radical reformers seated to the left, an arrangement so incidental in its own origin that nobody in 1791 could have guessed it would still be organising the political vocabulary of nations those same delegates had never even heard of 2.5 centuries later, and the word terrorism itself, worth naming plainly given how much of tonight's own telling that word has had to carry, entered the English language directly from this same period, coined by contemporary observers describing, quite precisely, the specific system of governance by state terror. This account has spent so much of tonight walking you through a word whose own meaning has drifted across the following 2 centuries towards something considerably different from the government-administered machinery of the Convention and the Committee of Public Safety that first gave the word its name, but that still, if you listen for it, carries an echo of that same original and specifically French 1794 all the way down to this evening's own news. That brings us to the end of our story for tonight. This channel has told you, across these 10 years, about a bookseller who described a revolution's opening morning without yet knowing it was won, about a woman who disguised herself as a man to fight for a cause. The rest of this story has not been kind to, about a king who died forgiving men he had genuine reason to resent, and a queen who mended her own stockings in a cell before the very machine a doctor had built, with real and genuine mercy in his own heart, to make dying kinder for everyone. It is a story with no single villain sitting comfortably at its centre, because nearly every person this account has introduced you to tonight, a locksmith king, a market woman, a lawyer from Arras who could not be bribed, and could not in the end stop himself either, believed, at the specific moment each of them acted, that they were doing something necessary, something defensible, something the moment itself required of them, and it was only the slow accumulation of all of those necessary, defensible, moment-by-moment choices that built, across a single decade, a fire far larger than any one of them ever intended to light. Thank you, as always, for spending part of your night in this room with me. If this long, unhurried telling gave you something worth carrying into sleep, consider liking this video and subscribing. And if you'd like to help this small channel along its own way toward 10,000 subscribers, every single one of you watching tonight is already part of how that happens. If you're here on YouTube, the link to this same episode on Spotify for Creators is waiting for you down in the description, arriving there before it ever reaches this channel. And if you found your way here from Spotify instead, go find Historian at Midnight on YouTube and subscribe there too, so that both halves of this quiet little audience can keep finding their way to each other. And wherever you are tonight, whatever hour has actually found you listening, leave your city and your local time down in the comments if you feel like it, just so that some other tired stranger, scrolling through in their own different hour under their own different sky, might know they were not the only ones still awake for this. Close your eyes now, if you have not already let them fall shut somewhere back around that first burning fortress. Let the fire this whole long night has traced for you burn all the way down now, all the way to ash, because that is where every fire this channel has ever carried you through eventually goes, and let whatever it is that is pressing on you tonight, whatever argument or worry or unfinished list is still sitting somewhere just behind your own closed eyes, grow smaller now, smaller than a kingdom, smaller than a revolution, small enough to finally set down. Good night and sweet dreams.